Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. Um, what's up with the photo? Looks kind of creepy. Um, I do have a tendency to look creepy once every so. Yes. uh, I have apparently doppelgangers who are repeating everything I say in the back as well. So I had to take care of that. Welcome back. This is Young Brando. I'm here with my good friend and great supporter Ali Reza as well, and we have a special treat tonight. This is the day I get to celebrate 2,000 subscribers. It came a little later than I expected, admittedly, um, and in a way that surprised me, honestly, because as much as I know that. Um, it's usually the shorter videos that gain the traction and that bring in new subscribers to the channel. Of course, I still kept doing the live streams. And in these days where I had to focus on other things professionally to, tie up loose ends, so to speak, and personally as well, uh, I end up somehow breaking that barrier around 1800, which things have stalled for a while because I did a couple of videos. I have been uploading also the Wolf Hunter series, which I think will eventually just go behind the paywall, unfortunately, which is good news for the members, of course, maybe bad for everyone else, but time will tell. um, I have another video on Alan Gonzune coming up, much in the line of shorter, 10, 15-minute stuff that I've been doing. You guys know I'm long-winded, so it's very hard to actually restrain myself and keep myself in check. That's been my biggest challenge. But Ali, thank you for being here, and thank you also for this extremely generous donation. I still haven't figured out what's behind the numbers, but at some point, I'm sure I will crack the code. How you been?
Yeah, no, it's been a pleasure since being. I think I was officially your first actual member,
Yes.
um, and it's been a pleasure. I do refer, and a lot of us do. Captain, we were just referring to learning pronunciations from you earlier, so I do refer a lot to the knowledge I've gleaned from you here, and other channels that you've frequented over time. So I look forward to it. It is a good place to be for actual material knowledge for sure. It's like unreal. And other things, you taught me about the Icon options and all sorts of things that I've enjoyed immensely.
Wait, what else do I tell you? You said?
You told me about like the Icon options and stuff like that.
Right.
Other resources that I enjoy immensely. And yes, already the Blancpain Swan Shader. That's
Hey,
um
um, RT, I think if that's really his main claim to fame, he has seemed to have found the soulmate in me because I hate that product as much as Ali. Maybe not as much as Ali, but I have a nice dose of hatred for those. To me, honestly, Ali, it really boils down to something very simple, something that I always despise about fluff marketing flannel. You cannot give me a whole gimmick about saving the oceans and flood the market with plastic watches.
plastic
I mean,
watches.
you gotta be completely out of your mind. I have no problem with the individual collectors getting what they want and enjoying these watches. Not a problem for me. But obviously, when it comes to the conglomerate behind it, when it comes to the giant behind it, I think there is much that should be pointed out, that should be criticized. I'm still puzzled by the fact that they went with System 51, which they did not really update in any way in all those years, did not finally make serviceable. Basically, the only way of renewing that watch, making it actually sustainable, is to replace its guts once it fails.
And in that way, they decided to make it a consumer, like an Apple Watch. It's just another consumer watch that needs to be thrown away. You know, it goes obsolete, it needs to be thrown away. The Swatch puts enough plastic into the ocean, so the irony of that was not lost on me. The branding, which, and right at the end of the year, of course, AP with the Cactus Jack decided to take a page out of the bad choices in branding book. So yeah, I don't know, these companies, they've gone off the deep end with branding, but I definitely don't like that watch. I really, really don't like that watch.
Well, it's refreshing. You know, the other thing that sometimes triggers the contrarian in me, which I want to keep in check as well, because you don't want to go against things just, you know, just to be against them. So I do try to moderate that dose, but that's the other thing. I always get this feeling of cringe when there's too much back padding, too much excitement, too much hype around something. So that already prepares me to be negative towards it, because that's in my nature. What can I do? I'm like that. But I guess that little bit of self-awareness does help in trying to keep it in check. And yeah, I do have, honestly, I do have very strong feelings for it too, but I try to, again, you know, kind of rein them in a little bit. Robert Wood, thank you so much. Also a member of the channel, $2. Thank you so much. And yes, I was talking about my photo. It's kind of creepy, but it's just a candid pose, actually. A friend of mine who happens to be Persian as well, Ali. His name is Kashyar.
Oh, Khashoggi.
So he took that photo when we were smoking cigars, and it just came out so beautifully that I use it as a sticker now and plant it on every single one of my videos. So it became part of the
Further proof that Persian people should not be allowed to have cameras.
I'm sure he's Ali, with all due respect, and not to assume anything of you, but I think my friend might be doing much worse things with that camera. I'm not gonna say anything more. Ali says, get all your friends here, free memberships coming on tonight. And I think he already gifted about 20. RT Lange und Söhne, he says, I think I've heard Ali on the phone before when I called a suicide hotline. Wow, the trigger warning there, guys. Calming voice. Yeah, this is like ASMR for watch people. We'll go back and
I don't think he says that in a positive note. He's not a big fan of mine.
That's okay. You know, that we have this kind of mild antagonism always. It does, certain characters inspire that, Ali. There's, I think, some measure of that comes with the territory. Bezos, also a member of the channel, 999. Thank you so much. 2,000 subscribers. Thank you. And Watching Watches, my new friend. I appeared on his live stream quite in an impromptu
way. That is a
way.
nice AP in that avatar.
Huh? Yeah. Yes.
2 register AP is a nice watch.
Yeah, it's actually the owl. I think it's the 25594. It's the one that also has a moon phase, right?
Yeah. Yep, that is the owl. It's a beautiful watch.
I love it. Love it. But yeah, he might jump on. I don't know. I would like that. Hit the like button, guys. I love it. Ronnie Paul. I think this is actually the real Ronnie Paul that I know from the Archie Luxury live stream. One thing I like about him is whenever he's on the live stream, he does something on the side like this, right? You know, he's on his computer, but he has the camera right here, right? So he would be out of it for a minute and then suddenly turn to his camera and make some snappy remark that kind of changes the conversation. I really like that signature move.
You know, the only way I can be uglier is if I give you a profile view. At that
You
point,
put-
I look
Ali,
like I look like a Shrek looking bastard.
you put me in a corner. What do you want me to say?
No, I'm ugly, dude. It's okay.
That you look better from the profile?
No, I really don't.
Same, worse.
No,
I mean, what do you want
it's
me to say?
bad from any angle.
You look fine. I mean, again, it's unless we are going some sort of lifestyle angle, trying to be cooler and someone else than we are on these channels. We come as we are, and that's the spirit. Ali,
I'm gonna have
gave 20.
you're gonna see me bald in a few months. That'll be new.
So, okay, so gifted memberships. Jake Brooks, Goldfinger, 0808. I like that name.
I like Goldfinger, good guy.
Goldfinger. I wonder if it's also a new friend I made. Goldfinger's vintage watches from New Jersey. He has a very eclectic curation, always very interesting stuff. I like his style. There are a few dealers on the East Coast like that I follow, that I'm not as familiar in terms of their, individual. I say this advisedly, character, but I really enjoy their taste in watches. So I
don't know if he's a dealer, but he has impeccable taste in watches. Impeccable.
Okay.
And he drops me lines on IG every so often with, nice, really, really high horology watches. Good guy.
It might be that same person that we're talking about, but let's see. Kino Pravda, new member, welcome. G Gadwa, Bill D29. G is a familiar face as well.
Yeah, Bill's good.
Johnson ECD, Billy Jeans is not my
Jeans, another good
lover, but yes, we love you, Billy Jeans. Sam Davidson, that jokes for days, guys. It's coming along. Robert Cairns, I think. Cairns. Piruka, our very own Swiss, who has a sexy ice blue 37 millimeter AP.
He's just sexy all around.
Yeah, sexy man, right? With the long hair. That's right. Nelson Oliveira, Turtle Knights.
Turtle Knight, Alex Rosa. There's a lot of good names here.
Alex Rosa, Sam D, Sam Arcs Vibe, original OC freeloading again, but it's okay. You're welcome, OC. Hoff on Smash, Davi 85, Ivor, Cloud Ken. Oh, well, welcome everybody, all the old friends and the new friends. That's amazing, and thank you, Ali, for your generous donation and these 20 memberships as well. Sam says, thank you so much, Ali Raza. You are a very generous person. Thank you. And 521 Type A says, OC is always watching the competition. He's scouting. That's for sure.
On him for keeping an eye.
Thankfully, he stopped trying to invite me to, whatever it is that he's doing with that other channel.
He has two good eyes to keep an eye on the competition, so he's helping his buddy with one good eye out. I'm going to hell. I'm going straight to hell.
It's okay, man. People make fun of our deformations all the time. I try not to, but that's okay.
Were you on air when they made fun of Clubfoot?
No, I wasn't.
So I actually have Clubfoot.
I know. I know. Yeah.
So it was really funny because somebody was trolling me about like being a fat club-footed person, and I'm like, I actually have clubfoot, and they like the troll felt bad. It was the weirdest fucking
thing. There's are you familiar with the Japanese writer Yukio Mishima?
Yes, I am.
Did you watch the Paul Schrader movie?
I did, with my daughter.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm perfectly childless, so it's none of my business to
No, it was a
judge
mistake. It
anyone's
was like a
parenting, but
series.
it's not exactly a movie
No.
that you would watch with children. Not necessarily for anything else except this is a guy who literally embodied the samurai principle, the harmony of pen and the sword, and actually took the whole country's fate into his own hands. So it's a little bit of a grave subject matter. Well, what I was going to say is, the four stories that Paul Schrader weaves together with Mishima's autobiography and the last day of his life. The first one is the Temple of the Golden Pavilion. You remember that story? Right. Where you have these two disciples who go out trying to pick up chicks, and basically the more wily one, let's put it like that, advises the one who has a stutter, saying like, you have to make them love your imperfections and fall in love with your misery. Do you remember that? So he pretends he has a clubfoot, even though he doesn't. That's just like, that's just one small glimpse of Yukio Mishima's sinister mind. Let's put it like that. It's that's one of the stories that the director very shrewdly weaves together, because at the end of the movie, you're left at this point where art imitates life and life imitates art, and you kind of don't know which one begins, which one ends.
I had to pull that off a torrent. Where did you see it?
Huh?
I had to pull that off a torrent. Where did you see it?
Criterion. Criterion. Oh, I have the DVD. Old school.
Oh, the Criterion Collection streaming is available now too. So
that's true. That's true, and they even have a channel, I think, in some.
Oh, you're probably right.
Some cable. Samark's fine. Merci beaucoup. Also a member, a new member at that, True Canadian. Thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. I'm kind of in that sentimental / quasi-philosophical mood, but Seneca has one of his letters that he shares with his friend Lucilius, that he addresses to his friend Lucilius, and he talks about knowledge there, and he basically says, I wouldn't want to have any knowledge if it came with the precondition that I keep it to myself. And it's one of those tokens of wealth, knowledges, that grows by sharing, because there's no way you're losing anything by sharing the little you know with other people. If anything, you are enhancing your own knowledge when you find ways of sharing it with other people. And a lot of times, I admit this very freely, I learn more when I'm preparing for the shows. Sometimes I learn during the shows, and certainly I take this very seriously. So every time I come to a live stream, I try to make sure that I have read one or two new things at least. I still buy actual books. Honestly, whatever I get in super chats goes through these expensive print books from, Switzerland for the most part. So it is what it is.
I just bought this year The Daily Stoic, Ryan Holiday's book, The Daily Stoic.
Yes.
For my daughter, and but I have not read Seneca. The only Seneca I've ever read is from Ryan Holiday stuff. I actually have to read the original source material. I have to.
Can you, whenever you get the chance, can you send me a PO box or whatever address so I can send you a copy of my favorite Seneca? These letters.
Absolutely, I would take that with immense gratitude.
Okay. That would be great. And again, as a gesture of my gratitude, Ali, because you have done a lot for this channel. You have sent me that beautiful Arturo Fuente book as well, which is I remember when I picked it up, it was a hot day too. Like I had to literally bear that knowledge, in Arabic.
It's a hernia risk.
There's an Arabic proverb that I really like. Al-ilmu thaqilun, right? Knowledge has this weight, right? So that book reminded me of that in a very physical, tortuous way. Brody, thank you so much. $4.99. That's a cute puppy as well. Cheers.
Brody's a good guy. Brody's a really good guy.
And St. Peter, 10 more free memberships. Thank you so much, St. Peter. And so we have Medio Centro Damasco TB Profile 12, Abu Faris, Rolly Mania, Ahla Wasala, Abu Faris, Bones 14, Van Lux, Kant Daigle, Ross Rachel Brady, and Thomas Burnett. We have all stars, man, in the chat. This is so wonderful, and thank you, St. Peter, for your generous gift and your nice words.
Ross Rachel Brady.
All 29 says, I'm here as your head shrinker. Yeah, I know. I do have a big head, for sure. Is Seneca an independent brand with ETA movement? Actually, that if we ever, start a watch brand, that would be actually a sexy name for an independent brand. And I'm sure you can do a lot of interesting social media marketing around it, kind of wrapping it around with, daily stoic statements.
The
Could be
vintage vibes would be strong with that brand.
Right. Find ways of tying together Roman themes with it and everything. Could be interesting. Al says, Ali, I hope you are well. And
I'm definitely recovering. I appreciate it.
That's what we were talking behind the scenes as well. And honestly, I do try to catch bits and pieces of JJ's show, but I don't always know everything that is being talked about there. So I didn't, just share that information, Ali, because I don't know how much of it you have already shared with everyone else. But that's what we were talking about behind the scenes. And RT says, Ross Rachel Brady, what a hero. He's amazing. I like these characters that we have.
He's a character.
I know. He has a sweet face. I'll tell you that much. So I wanted to talk about a few different new releases, but I was wondering if we should start with the Royal Oak concept so we can build on the sentiment that we already expressed around AP. Did you see it? Do you love it? What do you think about it?
I will say, so it's Ilaria Resta's first release, and I actually believe she was heavily involved because it's 38, 39 mil, right? It's the tri-metal 3D effect, the diamond tourbillon. If you see the video as it rotates, and
oh wait, let me mute it and put it on. Yes.
When you read the offset minutes and hours hand, Roman Gauthier style, right? When you read about it a little bit, it was developed to be built differently than the other concepts that are in the 3D realm. So from that perspective, I actually like it much better than the other 3D concepts because there's elements in this that they can actually introduce to the main line.
Mhm.
I generally don't like the aesthetic of these 3D concepts, but I do like that they at least attempted to make this a more achievable design where they could introduce certain elements of this into the main Royal Oak line. That's about where I am with that.
Well, I mean, at some level, if they are using the word concepts with some meaning, that's the idea, right, Ali? Like when you have a line called Royal Oak Concepts, it will be something like the RD series they have, right? You know, where they come up with an ultra thin perpetual calendar movement, for example, that's first introduced as a very strict limited edition and then makes its way into something maybe slightly more achievable, even though we all know that at that level, AP is always very exclusive, at least the AP we know today.
Yeah.
So I am intrigued by the fact that they took the idea of concept seriously. I like the fact that, you know, honestly, I think what I like most about this piece is the femininity of it more than anything. I like the different shades of gold, no matter what. Even though I would, beyond the dial finish, I would always hesitate to wear something with the Tuscan finish myself, with the frosted gold. I kind of like how it looks, right, on other people, especially on women. So I like all of those things, but aesthetically, it really doesn't appeal to me. You know, that three-dimensionality, that sounds good as an idea, as a concept, if you allow the pun, it just looks like a toilet bowl in the actual
Execution, you're not wrong.
full frontal look. But obviously, it being three-dimensional probably is experienced a little differently, and I hope a little better in person than a still picture, because already in the video it looks a little more inviting. Let's put it like that.
Yeah, I mean, I like the direction they're going. It's still not for me, and I think the more about when I read their expanded releases about the manufacturing, the fact that they actually did things that could be introduced to the main Royal Oak line gave me reason. You know, it made a little bit of sense at least, right? Um, the their combination of two different rose tones, the yellow, the frosted I actually like because I've seen the frosted in person. The frosted in person is really phenomenal.
I love it. I love the way it looks. It's not for me, but frosted finish on gold is something that I really adore in AP, even though, again, I think the methods they used when they first introduced it were perhaps a little more artisanal, right? You know, that really comes through when you see an older execution of the Tuscan dial vis-a-vis what they have in the lineup today. But I do like that. Yeah. Please go on, though. I'm sorry, I didn't mean
I
to
will
cut.
say the thing I was most relieved about is that the first major release after the Cactus Jack,
Mm.
right? Compared to the Cactus Jack, this is a phenomenal inspirational piece. Like the Cactus Jack, from my perspective, is such a disastrous release for AP. So that relieved me a lot that her first release wasn't too Procter and Gamble and it wasn't Cactus Jack. The Colonel.
She does come from Procter. Hey, Colonel, how are you doing, man?
Oh, phenomenal. Brando, thank you for inviting me. Brando, does this watch remind you of like a vagina? It has like a subliminal effect. It's almost like a what's the woman painter from the 1920s? Georgia O'Keeffe. Yeah, it has a subliminal vaginal type of vibe. No, seriously.
Colonel, what do you want me to say? I mean, I never thought of, as much as I love my watches, I never thought of sticking my dick in a watch And now,
No, but when you look at this,
That's the Wolf Hunter.
when you look at this, what's the first thing that I mean? This watch is. I think this is made for the Chinese market. It's definitely a woman's watch, right? They're aiming for like the Chinese
Japanese
market,
absolutely.
and it has that vaginal look.
It looks like some sort of orifice. I mean,
yeah. I mean, I did say toilet bowl already, so I'm resisting this second analogy because that will open up
French bulldog.
Open up too much psychoanalysis on my subject, so I'm resisting it a little bit. But I also can't deny it altogether, Colonel. I think you are onto something there.
But I mean, it's very well executed. I think. What's the price on this?
I have no clue, actually. Ali, do you know? Did they?
No. They said 100 pieces were remade, not just like 10.
Oh.
So I don't know, but it's got to be six figures, like high six figures.
Yeah.
To me, this is definitely a hit. I mean, for a target market, it's a hit. This is like it's a great looking watch. I mean, for a woman, it's a great looking watch.
I mean, I would think that
it's a power watch. It's like it's like
girl power. Wasn't
girl
the Spider-Man
power.
one? Wasn't the Spider-Man around 200,000? So I'm guessing this would be again $250,000 or something like that. Probably.
This is the female version of the Spider-Man, but more refined. This is a much more refined watch. The Spider-Man watch is like a disaster. I mean, it's so ugly.
It's pretty freaking bad.
So
actually, the Cactus Jack. I mean, I wouldn't buy. I mean, like, actually, I think it's an interesting watch. I mean, for like what it is, if the price was cheap, I mean, it would be an interesting watch. It's actually pretty interesting.
The problem with the Cactus Jack is more of a branding problem than anything else. You have the Trinity and Rolex. They do collabs, but nobody puts the name of the collaborator on the front and back of the watch. It's a high-risk proposition to do so, along with the font and all the other stuff. And then also releases a clothing line and an underwear line, a golf towel line, right? Like nobody else does that with good reason, because we don't know, like Travis Barker or whatever, not Travis Barker, Travis
I have
Scott.
no idea. I don't even know any of his music. I have no idea. But I'm talking about aesthetically. Aesthetically, it's it's an interesting watch. It's like
you're right. I mean, but my problem is the branding. So if you do that, you brand it, right?
Yeah. I don't know.
He turns out to be a problem. It's no longer a watch that you can disassociate, because the Schwarzenegger watches and stuff don't say.
Didn't he kill like 8 kids? Didn't like 20 kids die at one of his concerts or something like?
Yes. I mean, look, I do hesitate to say. I wouldn't put it in that way to say he killed that.
Allegedly,
a little pushing it, but he was quite. He wouldn't be the first, I think, musical artist to have been irresponsible in that way in the face of an unfolding tragedy. But yes, it seemed pretty irresponsible how he handled that situation where people were being crushed. Can we put a little parenthesis on that and answer Brody's question, $499, because he's bringing up also a very interesting watch. Thoughts on the Omega Speedmaster 50th anniversary enamel dial with 3201 movement. This is a very special watch, actually. It's a limited series, 50th anniversary, obviously, from around 2007, 50th anniversary of the Speedmaster, not of the alleged moon landing. There are a couple of things that makes this watch very special, but the most important thing is the movement. The 3201 movement, not to be confused with the Lemania 321, is a hand-wound column wheel chronograph movement, much like the Lemania that was in the original Moonwatch, but this is actually a Frédéric Piguet base, which is fitted with Omega's proprietary coaxial escapement, which is, of course, a technology that was developed by George Daniels and later on by Roger Smith and commercialized by Omega. So that's something very special about the watch. And it is given an exhibition case back treatment, so you get to experience that in a more intimate, in a more immediate way. And I like subtle things like this because on the face of it, the watch looks just like any other Speedmaster, right? But that is a black enamel dial. So you get something really special, but extremely subtle. You know, no one knows except for you the unique movement that it has, that I don't think any other version of commercialized Speedmaster really has. There might be some other edition. Unfortunately, I'm not a freak for the Speedmaster, so there could be something that I missed. But between the black enamel dial that looks like any other black dial at first glance, but has that sort of inky depth to it. And if you know anything about the process of making enamel dials, you would know that the black ones black color is one of the hardest to achieve. Because as you know, that it has to be just perfect. It should not reflect any light or in the form of an imperfection. The only thing I can say about this that's something of a letdown, which happens, right? You know, when it comes to Omega's limited edition models, there are too many of them in stainless steel. I think almost 6,000 pieces, official 5,957 or something, and 57 each for each shade of gold. I think if you can find any of these at a reasonable price point, and I have to apologize, I don't know what is a reasonable price point for these off the top of my head, I would grab it. But this is an amazing watch because it looks every bit of the iconic Speedmaster, but it's something really special and really different.
Yeah, there was I'm going back to my early days on YouTube. So on a channel that I will no longer mention, me and Lone Star Kurt were on, and we talked about this watch. And I don't like 3-register chronos in general, but this specific watch I brought up is probably my all-time favorite Speedmaster. I just think it has, in and of itself, it has so much character and history, beautifully executed. And I think it's before I felt Omega diluted the brand with way too many variations of everything. This is like 5-6 years before they started just producing, you know, McDonald's levels of product.
Honestly, I think, you know, this is Brody is mentioning the one he is looking at is in steel, and it's between 10 and 12. Look, I mean,
a few years ago,
the closer, I can understand that. The closer you can get to 10, I think, you know, again, this is like the 3-2-1 of today in a way. I'm not comparing them necessarily by the movement. Obviously, it's a different movement, but it's the same kind of Speedmaster that at first glance, it looks like the same thing, but it's actually so much different, and there's so much more to appreciate. You can do it on your own, but you know, Speedmaster is one of those watches where even people like me who are not particularly big fans of Omega and the Speedmaster in particular would geek out. So this is a conversation piece in so many ways. I would say if you can get it around or right under 10K, if that's the price point, I would go for it. Again, it's limited.
subtle.
but almost 6,000 of them. So I'm not sure what to think of that.
Yeah, Brody's also really subtle, not bombastic, like a really classy guy. So this makes a lot of sense for him.
Thank you for helping me discuss it, Ali. Sorry to cut into your earlier conversation, so please do go back if you want still to Cactus Jack.
No, enough on the Cactus Jack. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I'm worried about it.
This Captain Kirk has made an interesting comment. He said that this watch it's not so much the women buying it. I think it's going to be like, some, mainland Chinese billionaire who buys it for his mistress, not his wife. It's going to be for his mistress. That's what this is. That's what this watch is, really.
Colonel, I'm gonna tell you something, and I mean it in the best way, because I had someone telling this to me about you, and that they really enjoy your content because it reminds them of the similar energy to early Archie Luxury, and I hear it. I hear it coming through. I'm loving it. It's like it's like a re-energized
your
Archie
channel,
Luxury
your channel is very highbrow. It's very intellectual. It's like a conversation with you're like the Nassim Taleb of watches. I need to make it a little more accessible for the hoi polloi,
My channel is unibrow, not highbrow, but please go on. Yeah.
And Colonel channel is watching watches.
Yes. Yes, let me just drop the link for watching watches as well. Speaking of me crossing the 2,000 subscriber, watching watches is kind of on the threshold to cross into 1,000.
I want to do an interview with you because I came across your channel. I don't know, actually a while back, a couple months back, and it's very. I mean, you're really like this is you're one of the few people out there who actually knows the product, knows has got a interesting viewpoint. It's not just shallow. I'm a shallow guy. All I care about is just the looks of the watch market, but I'm not. I'm not that deep. I don't go into the whole 300 years of history and the backstory too much. I'm just very shallow. So it's you're very refreshing. And this channel is not like the usual circle jerk of guys. It's like it's almost channels we shall not mention to be political, to be diplomatic.
I mean, look, I do. Again, it's a celebratory stream, so I take it in stride, and I do appreciate. But it's like you implied as well. I don't know. I am usually on an autistic streak, so I don't know any other way. I don't know any better. This is the only thing I really know. This is the only thing I know. I know to deliver. So I do have comedic relief once every so often, usually unintentional. But it is what it is. This is the content I produce. I stay true to myself. I'm authentic. That's what it is.
What is Brandon? What is your shall we say collecting philosophy? Like, what is it that you look for in a watch? Like, or like what do you have now? Like, what watches do you have? Like, what do you look for?
Well, it's interesting you ask it that way right after you said that.
I saw you were GMT, so I have a small, inclination.
Because you were saying you are shallow because you like, how watches look. I think that's the beginning of, you talked about collecting philosophy, which I find a little insufferable, even coming from someone like me, who is very pretentious to begin with. So I would hesitate to say I have a philosophy behind it. That sounds like, man, what a blowhard. And I'm sure people think that's about me already. So we don't want to push that too far. But honestly, I look at the watch first and foremost. To me, it does start with the face, which is your first encounter with the watch. And my first serious watch, which I inherited from my dad, was a No Date Submariner 5513. So that has stayed with me. So when I started going a little more complicated, I started also going for watches that are iconic, that do have, a very simple, largely unadorned, balanced face. Like, I used to have allergies for any date window and other indicators. I got over that as well. But to me, my Submariner 5513, my Breguet Type 20 Aeronaval, this is the reference 3800s from the previous revival. Those are the things that anchor my collection. I'm still a huge fan of Rolex, so I have a GMT Master nipple dial, which I happened to be wearing when I was a guest on your channel, Colonel, on Watching Watches.
Was that a gold? Was that a gold case?
No, that was a two-tone.
Two-tone.
And
okay,
I'm also a big fan of that aesthetic too. And I know you like it. I know you have your King Tut, your two-tone sub. Which is a great name, by the way.
To be honest, that watch, I really, that is something which I that it doesn't fit my need. It's something that it's not for me. That I need to get rid of that watch. I should say get rid of it. It's okay. So in terms of philosophy, I'll kind of the way I look at watches is, okay, first of all, I'm looking for something which it has to have beauty. It has to have aesthetics. It has to be functional for me. Like, form follows function. So I like, a timing function. Like, I want a simple rotating bezel. A chronograph is not for me. Chronograph. I mean, like, I never met anybody who ever used a chronograph. I mean, never, ever. So to me, that's kind of like, it's of no use for me. Perpetual calendars, I like the sub dials. I want to see time moving, but mostly I want to see something that's beautiful, it's elegant, and also it has to have some substance in terms of, it has to be, again, I'm a little bit shallow. I prefer Patek, AP.
Yeah,
I like Rolex only as it's just, like I've been wearing like this date, on a strap. It's it's just very durable. It's a watch that is very, what's the word? Versatile. It's
if I might intervene there, we talked about this a little bit as well, and I happen to be wearing again that 16753 on a leather strap, which is something I love. And for me, the reason I like the 4 and 5 digit Rolexes a little better is that modularity, is that versatility, that you can wear them on the bracelet, you can wear them anywhere. What do they say? Do anything, go anywhere. Daga watch. Rolexes really cover all the bases when it comes to that. And obviously, they're better on the bracelet for that particular purpose. But a lot of the older ones, because they're a little more compact, a little more slender, I think have a more elegant look when they're paired with a leather strap, when you want that little bit of a different flavor. I will slightly push against what you said with form follows function, because there I do have something of a philosophy, even though, again, I think that's too dignified a word to use it for something as as trivial as collecting watches. But
I mean, this is basically glorified comic books or baseball cards. That's what this really. I mean, but it's functional.
Absolutely. But what I want to say on this is mechanical watches are so antiquarian to begin with, so utterly devoid of any real function in our contemporary life that you have to basically take that very seriously and push it even more consciously forward. So for me, complicated watches have that sort of charm because they provide all these mechanical complexity for you, which can be achieved by your Casio, by some measure, with a Breitling Chronomat, which is an amazing watch, right? If you look at it from that perspective, because it has all these complications, but it's not that impressive when you do it with a chip, right? With a board. It's all the more impressive because someone toiled over something that has not much of a function and not the most effective functionality in modern life, but it has that form of human labor and artisanal craft on it that you admire it as a relic of a bygone era, which essentially what all mechanical watches are.
Yes, I understand. So basically, your philosophy is, okay, if you're going to wear a watch, you might as well go all the way with something that really showcases, like, complex mechanical, really, the whole 9 yards.
I'm not sure if you have to, because as I told you, I started with just a 3-hander, which I think is still the best kind of watch. Even if I leave the chronograph running when it comes to the Type 20, for me, it's really the same aesthetics at the end of the day. With all the subdials, it's still an all-black sports watch, and I use the rotational timing bezel much more often than I use the chronograph as a function.
Wait,
so I'm with you there. But what I'm saying is, that you might as well go one step further. It's not like I actually care about the phases of the moon. I mean, I'm a basic bitch, but I don't really follow any astrology. So don't ask me my sign or anything. But oh, sorry, Ali. I hope it's okay. Ali, by the way, has gifted another 10 memberships, and before that, another 10 as well, which we didn't read. We will get to those soon enough. Ali, take care. Be good. We want you back whenever you have things in order. If not tonight, later on. But Colonel, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah. So okay, so I'm actually surprised that you have a Breguet, because to me that seems like a little bit of a, I don't know, I'm not sure, I really don't understand the Breguet. To me, I find them confusing. I know, like, the older, what is it? I guess it was was it Daniel Roth? Was he the design the guy that designed in the 80s? He was the 80s guy, right? For Breguet.
Daniel Roth had a huge influence because he was an important part of the revival in the late 70s and 80s. Yes.
I find the look today a little bit, I mean, it's beautiful. I find it a little bit old fashioned. I mean, I understand that historically it's important, and I'm sure it's a great watch. But I mean, if you're going to go for a chronograph, right? I mean, like, you seem like a guy who's very more, something like more. I see you more like a either a Speedmaster or a Daytona, or not a Breguet. Like, I don't. I'm actually surprised. I'm surprised that what was your thinking of going for that watch as opposed to a Speedmaster or a Daytona, or something else like that?
There are a few different reasons. The Daytona for me was always a slow burner. I was always a Submariner guy. I have a couple of GMT Masters and even a Polar Explorer 2. So I like the functionality of those 4-handers, so to speak. To the extent that I even tolerate the date window and the Cyclops. For me, the Daytona never really hit the right mark until like a few years back, where I said, okay, this is it. I see why everyone likes it. If I resisted it for whatever reason, and I was also like, I wasn't a big fan before the mega hype, even though you can make the argument that the Daytona since the early 2000s is the first hype watch, is the original hype watch. But my resistance to it wasn't quite that. For me, I like a couple of things about the Breguet over the Daytona and the Speedmaster. For me, to find the same aesthetic balance on the dial, you have to go back to the 5-digit for the Daytona. I think that's what the older Type 20 represents to me. The newer version with the Type 20 revival, they screwed this up. It's still a very thick watch, but the diameter has become 42. The great thing about this is it's 39 millimeter. The original Pilot's chronographs, of which they had made civilian versions as well, are around 38 millimeters actually. And I just like, what I like about the Breguet actually, especially in this particular version, it's a watch of contrasts and contradictions, right? It's supposed to be a sports watch. It's a true tool watch, right, in its origin, because it is the watches they made along with 4 other suppliers for the Air Forces of the French Navy mid-century.
But this is 100 years ago. This is like
yes, but listen, that's the point. And when they revived it, they put it in this obnoxiously Breguet case, right? With the teardrop lugs, with the coin edging. So
I like the edging. I didn't notice that. That's nice. I like
So on the face of it, you have a replica of those original tool watches, but then you have all these aesthetics that they made.
The coin edge. I'm a sucker for the coin edging.
Yeah. So I like that contrast. It pretends to be a cool, sporty watch, but it has all that aesthetic flourish that any other Breguet has. And it is a more compact, more wearable piece to me with my puny wrists than the Speedmaster as well. That's the other thing I like about the Daytona, right? Up until the last generation, which I didn't spend a lot of time with just yet, it was Rolex's most conservatively sized watch. That's why women love the Daytona, right? Because it looks just as nice on a woman's wrist as it does on a man's wrist.
It's now. How often do you actually use the timing function on the Breguet? How often do you use it on a chronograph? How many times a week do you actually use that?
0. I always leave it running. If I ever time anything, I use this is a 60 minutes bezel. If I need to time anything, that's what I use.
Okay.
It's bidirectional. That's it.
So
you're absolutely right when it comes to that.
So why I like the Yachtmaster or the Turnograph is I actually use it probably, I would say, 3-4 times a week on average. Whatever. Let's say I'm cooking, I'm parked somewhere, in a meter or whatever, or I'm doing something. I want to know how long it's taking. I actually use it, and that's the thing I like about. I actually do like that rotating bezel. I wish I could find that like in a perpetual. Like I know JLC has that, but it's a little bit big. It's a little bit pricey right now, and the prices aren't coming down.
Yeah. Well, on the secondary market, you can still find decent deals on the Polaris Perpetual calendar. I do have to admit, it's for my taste too. It's a little bit big as a watch.
It's big.
But
it's huge.
It does wear quite nicely. It's not that bad. I don't know if you had a chance to.
I wore it. I
tried it.
I tried it on. Yeah, I tried on the what is it? The rose gold. I don't like their metal.
Yes.
I don't like the feel that JLC does. I think JLC should only be gold. That's my opinion. So if you look at the gold one, it's actually quite nice. The only thing I didn't like about it was I don't like the blue dial. I think they make a beautiful. Is it a gray? It's like a grayish brown that they have on their chrono
Right.
in the rose gold. It looks stunning. If they did that in this, I would be really tempted because it's got it's got everything you want on it. And
I do want to welcome my friend St. Peter, who just came in. Hey, St. Peter, how are you doing, man?
Very good. Congratulations, YB. Hello, Colonel. Very nice to meet you.
Nice
Thank
to
you,
meet
man, and thank you for those gifted subs. This is the dial you mean?
No, I think it's a brown one. There's it's like a rose gold. It's a rose gold with it's kind of like a brownish dial. By the way, somebody made it. Yeah, it's somewhere there. There's a guy. Somebody made an interesting comment here. There's a guy, Captain Kirk, made a comment.
I do want to read that because that's a beautiful comment. Ali was saying, well, as he was leaving, good to see so many classy, honorable, and funny people here. Not sure if I'm included in that company, but I will accept your congratulations, Ali. Captain Kirk says, the more the world wanders, I think that's an A, wanders into AI and cruelty, the more mechanical watches play a role in reminding the wearer what being human is. Speaking of philosophy, those are some heavily philosophical lines. I like it. In fact, more manual wind watches should be entering our lives. And Captain,
yeah.
I couldn't agree more, because actually even my automatic watches, I take pleasure in setting and cranking a little bit, just a few turns at least before I put on my wrist. I like that moment of encountering the mechanical aspect of the watch, interacting with the watch. I love it. Thanks for sharing that.
It's interesting that I think I think he's making a very interesting point that as we go into this more technological age, it is that there's no more kind of humanity, and I think a lot of younger people, again, the future of watches, anything, whatever, is you want to see what people who are in their 20s, where are they going, because that's where things are going to be 20 years from now, right? And they're all getting into, I think, a lot of, I don't know, millennials, Gen Z, whatever. I think a lot of the hype in the last couple of years has been the watch has been buying from younger people. They were not buyers 20 years ago. Today they're buyers. And I think a lot of it is, look, they can use an iPhone. They all have iPhones. Why are they buying Rolex? Why is a 25-year-old, saving up money to buy a Rolex? I mean, obviously, yes, status, blah, blah, blah. But there's something that I think on a subconscious level, I think there is something about that mechanic. It meets a lot of needs, basically. It meets a lot of needs for people.
I think you're pressing on something important there, and it's not just Rolex, it's not just hype brands, by the way, that just, especially since community around watches emerged online, and especially on YouTube, because the initial guise of the forums and platforms were really highbrow online, right? They were really exclusive, kind of an old boys club feel, with the best and the worst that comes with it. So there's something that I do appreciate about the YouTube in particular, and how the community grew in a way that is much more relaxed, much more accepting of any kind of taste, much more open. I do appreciate that. And ultimately, like you said, Colonel, I'll say this. Look, as I was growing up, and I've been in this hobby for more than 2 decades now, but as I was collecting watches, usually the new groups that entered the hobby were people like me who grew up with watches in some way or another, who grew up aspiring to own them, and finally had the means. Whereas now, as you have so perceptively commented, Colonel, you now have an emergent breed of collectors who are getting passionate about watches, maybe right away, falling in love head over heels the first minute they encounter them, and there's a gravitational pull for them towards watches, whether they are going for high pieces, flex watches, or just a good trusty Seiko. There is something almost inexplicable about how people are attracted to watches. And again, this is in a way a lost generation, right? They didn't grow up like us, lusting after watches on the billboards, print ads. Basically, they knew nothing about mechanical watches until they did, and suddenly they're attracted to them. That's very important.
That's me. That's my story.
But you know what?
Tell us more, St. Peter.
Well,
Tell us more, please.
Colonel, I've kind of told the story, a couple times on the stream before, so I'll try to make it brief. But my father never wore timepieces. He's an industrial factory worker, Harley Davidson biker kind of mechanic type. So he was always, and he didn't really need. I don't think he needed a tool watch per se, because he worked in a factory and they probably had the horn for every time he was supposed to stop or start work. He didn't really need to know, and he had his alarm clock to wake him up in the morning, and things of that nature. I got into the hobby because I thought it was an interesting style accessory. So there was a period of time in my life after I had been living in New York City for, I would say, it took a while for New York City to really start rubbing off on me. But, you ride the subway enough, you hang out in trendy parts of town enough, eventually you want to start looking the part, right? So you start trying to, dress a little bit nicer, so you stand out a little bit more. And I was like, well, that's a very nice accessory. And so
you gotta have the Rolex. You gotta have the Rolex.
Exactly.
He does have the Rolex. That's true.
Yeah. So that was the idea, and like you said, so when I was 25, that's when I was like, oh man, I would really like to have a nice piece, but I was really broke back then, and although I was I think I was quite talented at the time, I didn't realize my value. And, I think I was just being exploited by a sociopathic employer. So, it took me a while to get,
Sorry to hear that.
Dude, it was so bad. But anyway, I finally, once I finally decided to apply outside of that position, I had all these job offers. And the lesson to young people is if you're in a toxic relationship, whether it's professional or personal, you just have to get out, right? You just have to get out, because if you do have your value and you have a certain amount of confidence and you just get out there and put yourself out there, people are going to be attracted to that. And, it's important, it's important for us to, navigate this stuff professionally, so to advance our careers and things of that nature. So, I slowly was able to advance in my career, which allowed me to, build up that savings and treat myself and start, incrementally, kind of building the collection. And, now it's at the point where, I have a budget. It's probably a lot more than it should be, but I don't let it affect my retirement savings. So I have my retirement savings that keeps going, and then I also have this other budget, and I pinch pennies more or less everywhere else in order to sustain that budget. So that's kind of my story. But for me, the style thing, it really is very much so a style thing, and it's not really hype. as YB can tell you from my most recent acquisition, is like, I'm not chasing hype trends, although
Yeah.
I am attracted to them. I like stuff that, to me, when I put it on and I wear and I go out, I feel cool.
St. Peter, I think the two of us talked about this too on this channel, but there's something that I throw around with Aussie Expat. And I guess we can quickly summarize it as reverse hype, right? Because there's also a breed of watch collector who hates on, and I was talking about this just earlier with Ali, right? I have that tendency too sometimes, like, just because everyone else likes something and follows it, my initial gut instinct is to stay away from it and to reject it. But there are people who are much less conscious about that instinct and go back on the hype train, right? So they hate the Daytona just because everyone else likes it. They hate the Royal Oak just because everyone else likes it. They shit on FP Journe because it is the most successful independent brand, so on and so forth, right? So I think we shouldn't do that, right? I think it's just as bad as following all and every trend blindly. To object everything just because something is popular, rather than following your own taste and trying to build it consciously, articulated more comfortably and publicly, which is my preference, right? That's more content for me, so I love it. But I think that's an important urge to resist, right? Just as it is limiting to follow the trends and only the trends, I think it's also limiting to be contrarian for the sake of it, without actually exploring what you like and what you don't like about what is going on in the world of watches.
I totally agree with you, and I definitely, I don't think I'm full contrarian, because there are a lot of people who I've observed just in the community who think, going after something like a steel sub, whether it's a date or no date, they're like, that's just such a basic bitch watch, right? So, like, just don't do it, right? There's so many more interesting options in the contemporary current catalog. But to me, it's like, like I said before, I just feel like what the no date represents is just the purest form of that iconic piece. And it's like the Datejust, like the 41 that I have, it's special because it's the first piece from the brand. It was the first like really big piece for me, which might seem small to some other people, but for me it was like a really big deal when I got that. So it has this special sentimental place, and I just don't ever see myself kind of letting that go. But what's funny is, like, I'm already in my own mind saying like, oh well, pick up the no date, that'll stay in the collection forever, that'll never get let go. But I don't think I'm going to have the same sentimental connection to it that I have with the Datejust. Not to say that I see it leaving, but it's almost like because it wasn't the first one, and I don't have that.
Is it at least St. Pete? Is it at least a two-tone Datejust with a champagne dial?
That was actually, believe it or not, my experience with the first AD that I reached out to, and this is via email. So I sent an email to London Jewelers in the city, and I said, hey, I'm interested in getting a submarine. What do you guys think? And this was in 2020, when production had been down forever. And
this is new. This is recent. This is okay. This is like new.
Yeah, December of 2020. That was my 35th birthday. So that's when I put in the deposit for the Datejust, and then I got it a few months later. So
this is the 36 or the 41?
41.
Oh, the
41.
Okay. Yeah, I think that 41 is that's a beautiful watch. I mean, that's a great. I mean, it's like when you see that. I've never actually had it on my wrist, but to me, the proportions, I mean, that looks like such a classic watch. I don't mean to, like, I want to go back to what Captain Kirk was saying, and like, I want to kind of drill down to it, where I think the reason why a lot of younger people, let's use the word millennials, whatever you want to call it, the reason they've been getting into watches, and I think why this is going to stick is, that whole generation, they've been much more into, like, artisanal and, authentic and, handmade. They're into all that, much more artistic. Whereas the previous my generation, although like my background was actually in the arts business, but that generation, people who grew up in the 80s and 90s, that was a lost generation for appreciation of, let's say, art. Whereas the millennials are actually do appreciate kind of these unique things, mechanical things that have a history. There's a story, and I think that's why I'm actually very bullish on the watches going for the next at least 20 plus years, 30 years. While till the millennials at least get into their 60s, because this is it's kind of a generational thing, and I
Colonel,
think they might even get into pocket watches. I wouldn't be surprised if pocket watches, although I think pocket watches could make a comeback.
Yeah, I think now is the time to get a solid gold Patek for like, if you could get one for like 4 or 5K, solid gold Patek pocket watch. I think
Patek is always going to be Patek. There's no doubt about it. And Hodinkee is really trying hard to push whatever they have in stock to you at this moment. So there's no doubt that it's going to be popular for a while. But, St. Peter, Colonel, I'm sure you have heard it in his story already, but he does occupy this interesting spot. On the one hand, he is, a new generation of collector, who has just started. On the other hand, because of his personal trajectory, someone who has a firsthand appreciation of craftsmanship, someone who has gone to art school, for fuck's sake. So all the fluff that I have been talking about in terms of craftsmanship and art, this guy knows for real. So, on the one hand, we can take him as a representative of this new generation of the collector, but he's also very special and exceptional in one way that makes him perhaps not so comparable to every other one. But it is an important perspective. I do want to just catch up on a few things. Libro Grande, thank you so much for these $10. Congratulations on 2K subs. Thank you. Truth Over Facts was saying Breguet has my vote between that trinity of Speedmaster Daytona and the Type 20. I have, declared my allegiance to. MCM agrees with Captain's point about mechanical watches, which we have been talking about, mechanical dream machines. Billy Jeans shares my sentiment when it comes to the Daytona. The Zenith-based movement, caliber 4030, based on the El Primero caliber 400, reference 16520 with the black dial. I like the white dial a little more, but black dial sports watch is quintessential Rolex, so who can really go against that? Billy Jean says that is the Daytona to get. Zenith movement, white gold bezel. It's not white gold on the stainless steel version that you have identified there. That's a matching stainless steel bezel, but it is beautiful indeed. Although they do have 16519, which is much more rare and is presented with those fixed end links and leather strap. Those are some gorgeous watches as well. MCM says, I use my chronograph once a week to cook pasta. That's just about the only use. You can, I don't know, you can time the parking meter or something like that. About the new generation of collectors, Billy Jean, who is one of the new members, It's also easier now to buy an authentic watch, and they have become more accessible. Absolutely. Again, I mention this once every so often, but in the early 2000s and even well into the 10s, there were the first generation of Kickstarter brands, but none of it had stuck just yet. So at the entry level, it was Seiko, Citizen, whatever else, right? So now we can count all these different brands. Colonel, there's a second Colonel. Is that you as well? Colonel? Colonel?
At all.
Which one is you, Colonel? Is that you? Are you back? Okay.
The ominous Colonel. I was going to compliment him. I've been a fan of his recipes for years.
Okay, I don't know which Colonel. Okay, Colonel. Colonel. Okay, it's too risky now. So I don't know.
Maybe he was AI the whole time. You don't know.
It could be. Whiskey Reaper, I see you. Billie Jean says, I remember looking at Rolex advertisements and for sale in Dupont Registry in the 90s. Wow, man, what a blast from the past. We have, by the way, 20 more new members from the 2 batches of 10 membership gifts that Ali graced us with before he left. Captain Kirk, I love his comments. It was very thoughtful, this last one. Thank you for being here, Captain Kirk. The Whiskey Reaper, I see you. Whiskey Reaper, I see you. I want to do a collab with you. You said we were going to do something this year. So I look forward to hearing more about that from you. Anytime you want me on your live stream, I'm ready, and you can always jump on. The link is there. I don't know if I pinned it. I should. I did that. So who else? What? NATO. I like NATO. One of the original Australian contingent. Marine Layer. Peeping Time. Eric Rosas. Mothred. Christian Frech. I like Christian Frech as well, my German friend. JD. And then Stephen Imperatrice. What a name. By the way, guys, you have these special emojis now that you have become a member. It's mostly my face and Danny's, but we're going to add more. I'm going to contact Mookie and see if he can give us more, if he can bless us some more. But let's see. And then we have Frank and Honest. I like Frank and Honest with that beautiful bear avatar. Dizurdis, my Achi, who is joining from Israel. I love him. Seb Nelly, Paul Yesemidis. Time is a human construct. Apes or AIPZ, GD, Elts, Big Tony, and Eric L. Eric L. All these great people who have just joined the channel as members, thanks to Ali's gift. And Victor M says his favorite Daytona is 116520. That's the first generation of in-house movements at the threshold of the new millennium. Caliber 4130. That's a great choice as well, even though I'm more partial to the Zenith. Jan, Captain Kirk says, remember the El Primero master parts were once thrown in the garbage and saved by chance. Yes, we gotta thank Movado for that. Do you know anything about that story, St. Peter?
I don't believe so. It's possible I heard that story, but I don't recall.
Yeah, Zenit was basically, I mean, they had gone under, right? And Movado bought them. They couldn't really use the brand at the time in the US for very long, so they had to find ways around it. Ultimately, it's the same story, right? It's been made profitable and finally ended up, at the hands of a luxury conglomerate, obviously. Look, I mean, after all is said and done, I think Zenit is doing relatively well for itself. Maybe it's a brand that I'm not particularly invested in, even though I respect the history that they have in making chronographs, self-winding chronographs especially. I know they had a whole lineage of movements, of high beat movements, chronometric precision, which have been regaled in these observatory trials in the past. So I respect that history, that they highlighted more recently with the 0135 movement in collaboration with Philips and Kari Voutilainen. But I think, yeah, when I look at Zenit's line today, I don't find it particularly inspiring, but it doesn't, I don't know, it doesn't leave me in disgust in the way that Blancpain and Breguet sometimes does, because I feel like Swatch Group is kind of losing the plot with some of these brands, whereas Zenit, maybe doesn't necessarily inspires me, but it's not a brand that disappoints me either in its current cast. LVMH owns them, by the way, for those who may not be clued into the history. It's Louis Vuitton that owns Zenit these days.
Yeah, I think if I was going to go with one from the current catalog, at the moment, it would probably be a Chronomaster original.
Mhm.
One that doesn't have tricolor subdials. I know that's a signature of theirs, but I don't have a problem with the idea that they're three different colors. My issue with them is that the values between the three different colors in terms of lightness and darkness are they range so much that it makes the dial look asymmetrical in an unappealing way to me, which is not something that usually bothers me because I like asymmetrical dials, a la, Lange 1, which is like a grail of mine. Yeah, that one's not so bad, but I think I prefer the blue. Yeah, I think I would go for the blue. And I think they have one that has like an almost like Fotina kind of thing, which I not necessarily opposed to. I know some people it rubs them the wrong way, but
I have no problem. I also like the revival case they have, the more barrel-shaped, this modern take on the reference that's called the CoverGirl. I like that aesthetic. I cannot suffer the ladder bracelets they have on these sometimes. I know that's also, like you said, historically appropriate, kind of a signature for Zenit, but I just can't. I mean, to me, it's like it's too much. Like, especially, I mean, my wrist, my hairy wrist. So, like, or it's already unattractive to me, but with my arm hair, like, sprouting through the fucking bracelet, give me a break.
you just have to permanently wear a bun strap to cover all.
Or I have to shave my wrists like OC does.
Hey,
It's
lasers nowadays. I hear this laser technology is.
I'm sure, but I'm a proudly analog guy, as you know.
straight razor. You got to go for the old barbershop straight razor.
Yeah, something like that. Not on my arms though. That sounds nearly suicidal.
Oh yes, yeah, that would be bad.
Van Lux says shave your wrist. You see? I love people giving me, you know, hygienic grooming kind of advice. I love it. Speedy Hernandez says, "Congrats on 2K subscribers. You always have interesting topics." Thank you, man. It's nice to see you in the chat. Sam, who is one of our new members, says, "Bonsoir, bonsoiré. Congrats again on your 2,000 subs. À la prochaine fois. À plus, mon ami." Thank you so much for being here. You know, yes, the little French I speak may have also given me certain grooming habits, so I refuse to shave. I refuse to shave my arm hair and wrist hair. I refuse to thread my eyebrow, one and only, the only eyebrow I have.
The unibrow channel.
Yes, the highbrow, unibrow,
The
monobrow.
highbrow, unibrow, the monobrow. Well, you know me. I mean, you've seen me before. You know I can't stand shaving. So,
Well, I mean, you know, you have a nice beard. I wouldn't say, you know, again, I'm not familiar with your grooming habits, mostly for the better, but you know, it looks like a well-kempt, well-groomed beard. At least that's how I remember it. I don't know if you have fallen off in the year that I haven't seen you, but you'll have to.
The last time I went to the barber, they said it's been a while. But you know, hey, you know, I'm gonna have to be back on the market soon, so I don't know what I'm gonna have to do.
Wait, what happened? What do you mean?
Well, you know, I don't know if you recall like that time that we hung out. I think I remember telling you, you know, it was always kind of like an on and off thing. I don't know, but yeah, it's
Wait, are
official.
we talking job market or the ladies market?
More the meat market. Yeah, the
Okay.
ladies market. So
I'm sure that's for, you know, I'm, you know, whatever, as long as you follow your heart, I'm sure it will be for the better.
no, it will be. I mean, it was, you know, the thing is like it's similar to the comment that I made before, you know, when I don't like to give up on things. You know, like I think it's important to, you know, to stay committed and put the time in, but you know, eventually, you know, in any kind of relationship, whether it's a business one or a professional one, you know, if both parties realize like, you know, this is just not working, you know, you got to do the right thing, you know. So the good news is that I have time until the warm season, you know.
What do you
So
mean so it's in the way you said it's on and off, it's now unwinding without necessarily being finalized? Is that what you
well,
are?
you know how it is. Like, you know, people you know, they get into a relationship, you know, they become comfortable with their partner, maybe they're not exercising as much as they should be, watching their diet as
I see.
much, you know.
Yeah.
But then, you know, if you're on the market, you know, you got to be in tip top.
Hey, I mean,
You know, so
you
it's
know,
like I haven't.
that Santos was already getting you somewhere. As far as why do I say Santos? That
The
Pasha was
Pasha.
about to get
I
you
know, man.
somewhere already.
I regret Miss Bangkok even more now. I should have really pursued that. But you know, that's the thing that's inspiring to me. You know,
Yeah,
coming out of like it was a pretty long term thing. You know, it was like 2.5 years. So you know, and it was intense. You know, it was like I felt very strongly for this person. Um,
I remember.
but
Remember.
but you know, coming out of it, it's like I it's important to remember all those times when you're committed, but there's an instance like I don't know if I if I told you the anecdote about I was at my local watering hole and
Yeah.
these two women came in and they had this cute dog and you know I'm enamored by dogs so I'm like looking at the dog and talking and I can't remember what I was talking about, but you know, I was hanging out with this group of guys and it was so unusual. Like I normally was there by myself, but I happened to be with three of my friends at the time. So it's like me with the boys, and this woman came out, young, attractive, you know, very appealing looking. She came out and she said, you know, I had chatted up with them before the boys showed up. So I
Yeah.
go outside, I sit down with the boys, and she comes out and in front of all the guys said, "Hey, would you mind if I gave you my number?" Like it wasn't even like, "Hey, come over here, I have something." In front of all these guys, in their eyes, just
I didn't
opened up.
realize it was like that. I didn't realize it
Dude,
was that direct.
this was insane. So then I'm talking to her and I'm like, "Oh yeah, no problem, let me get your number." And what the crazy thing is, I was so like genuinely considering texting her because this was a period of time that was like a low spot in my relationship, which, as I've already explained several times tonight, was like up and down. So now I'm
But you
like,
were
oh,
you were still together
I
at the
was still with the other person, giving the college try, being committed, being the
yeah.
monogamous that I normally. But it turns out she works for Tiffany. She's like, "Yeah, I work for Tiffany." And then I'm like, "Oh, I'll have to come in and talk to you the next time I'm looking for a Patek allocation." You know, and I kind of like, I mean, of course I was joking, and I assume she thought I was joking too, because you know, I don't think she's the one who's selling the Pateks. Like I think she probably is, you know, just selling jewelry or housewares or whatever. And I got her number and I put it in my phone and I told her I would text her and I never texted her. And I don't remember.
Oh
I don't
wait, you
remember her.
still
I don't
you
remember
but
dude, I don't remember her name. So I have her name as
no.
I didn't put like Tiffany like in my phone. So like
No.
I put her name I put her name in my phone and I don't know what it is. So it's like, can you believe this? It's like just massive, massive fail. So I know.
But by the way, do you know that meme about the what is it? The crazy hots paradigm or whatever it was. It's this like professorial guy talking about, if she is number 8 hot, she must be, this much crazy kind of thing. And towards the end of that presentation, when he talks about the woman you must avoid, um, it's one of the categories that he lists is woman named Tiffany. So if she's indeed named Tiffany and doesn't only work at Tiffany, that is one dangerous woman. I mean, already the
God.
way he approached you should give you an idea, that
Oh yeah. Oh no.
she's
I mean,
she's there.
I was like the most outstanding part of the experience to me was like, for starters, I'm super flattered. But like all these men who I was with were like, holy shit. Like they had never like that was like they could not believe that she just came out in front of all of us and was like, "I'm gonna give you my phone number right now." Like it blew their minds. And they were
Honestly,
like, holy shit, dude.
it's something that happens really rarely. I mean, uh, in Beverly Hills, older Persian ladies, give you their numbers all the time, but that's an exceptional situation. It's usually not attractive, like age appropriate woman will do that. So you do get my props, no matter
It, but
even if you didn't close the deal.
but
That's an achievement.
I mean, it's a great anecdote, right? So I'll take it with me for the rest of my life. It's probably a story that I'll never forget because it's just so fun to tell. But the real takeaway is, and I'm sure you've experienced this before, but it's like if you've been single for a while and you're really eager to meet someone and get into a relationship, it's almost like they can smell the desperation on you. But then like almost immediately once you get into a relationship and you're like, oh, I have a hot girlfriend right now, and your confidence level adjusts, then all of a sudden you start
Of
attracting
course,
these women. Like what?
of course, of course.
And
Well, I
I know
mean,
that, it's like
that
the the ladies' men, obviously, the reason why they're successful is because they're always in that mode.
No, it's like you said, there's on the one hand, there's a mysterious aspect to it, in the sense that you're like, what the hell is going on? That I went through this huge dry spell, and suddenly now, all these women are suddenly interested in me. But like you said, it usually has something to do with the fact that when you get into that sort of, especially in the initial period, when you are really connecting with someone, hitting it off, and you're really attracted to this person, and there's some sort of reciprocity that really boosts your sense of self, as you said, that does boost your confidence levels. And it's as if other women, other members of the opposite gender can smell that on you. I think that sort of positivity, in fact, is much easier to communicate, even unintentionally, than the desperation you are speaking of. I mean, I think that you have to sink really low for that to become that obvious. But the minute that you start that route of being confident in yourself, not only because you like yourself, which is where it has to start, but also you found some sort of affirmation or confirmation of that from a significant other, it makes a difference. It makes a difference, for sure.
Captain Kirk makes a good point. It's true that I can still go to Tiffany and find her there, and I have a pretty good memory of what she looks like. So I think I'm not going to remember her name though, which is embarrassing because like I have it in my phone. But if I see her there, I can tell, I could kind of just tell her the whole story and just be like, hey, like, sorry, sorry, I never texted.
Do not fuck it up. Do not tell her that you forgot her name. That's the worst start you can make to that conversation. You go there, you scout the place, you find her, you approach her with a nice gesture. Don't go overboard. Don't get flowers or anything, but just hey, I was, I've been going through this professional shift, that so my mind is all over the place, but I was really looking forward to see you, and I didn't want to call you out of the blue, so I just wanted to drop by and see how you're doing. And I think, I'm sure you can build that up into something where her name will come out again. I mean, she's in her workplace. Maybe you can coax her out for lunch or coffee, and while she is letting her colleague know, like, oh, can I take my lunch now? Can I go out? Maybe they will address her by name. Of course, the wonderful thing will be, and this will make a real Seinfeld episode out of it, that you will take her out from there. You will, you guys will get into some sort of trouble, and you will still not know her name. That will be amazing, and that will make the story even more compelling. So,
oh yeah, this
it's
will be
something you have to pursue.
This will be my Larry David. This is going to be a Larry David triumph. I can tell. I can tell already. But I have a history of backpedaling, almost as bad as LD does. But what I just realized is a friend of mine has a buddy who is a pretty talented artist, that's pretty connected in the industry and has a good rapport at Tiffany. I don't know if he buys jewelry. I think he might only buy watches from them. But I think because I have that connection, I might try to go through my buddy first and just be like, hey, like,
you're such a dork. Forget about the watches. Just go chase the woman down. What are you talking about? Forget about Patek.
No,
That's
no,
not
it's
what
not.
we're talking about right now.
No, it's not about the Patek. It's about, because I feel like I'm gonna fuck up the whole story that you gave me. I have a horrible poker face, man. I cannot lie. Like I would have to tell the truth. I know it's fucked up, but like I could not. I would
You're
embarrass myself.
incorrigible. How can you? How would you want to tell the truth about this? Like, you want to approach a woman and tell her as your first move, you really stuck with me all these days, but I also forgot your name. How do you think that will go? How do you think that will play out?
It's not going to play out well.
Dude, go 100% Nietzschean. You are an artist, and that power begins with your ability to lie. A white
Wow,
lie is
dude,
not going to hurt anyone. You are not
that is true.
maliciously lying. You are not trying to manipulate or trick someone. You genuinely, honestly forgot her name, even though you're attracted to her. So you are going to take this risk to figure out her name without revealing your entire, fuck up in forgetting her name.
It's true. It's true. Basil's trick, Basil's comment is kind of funny, and that's an interesting trick. But I don't see how that works, right? Because it's like I don't see how you're going to get a number again without saying the person's name, you know. But I also have no idea if I'm going to pursue this at all. But it would be fun and potentially funny.
It's
So,
great. It's great content. I'm loving it so far.
you know the problem, man, is that like, so I actually like what I was saying before with the style thing. Like, there's actually some jewelry pieces in their current catalog that I'm interested in. I like the hardware stuff quite a bit.
I like this new link concept they came up with. Actually, I don't mind it. What do you think about that?
From the hardware collection?
Let's see if we are talking about the same thing.
It looks like beads with like a U-shaped link on it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it looks almost like shopping mall, like Hot Topic, like those, like that's what it reminds me of.
That's true.
And
that's true. Lock. Sorry, Tiffany Lock. I think that's the collection.
Yeah, the lock is is great. I actually really like those. I mean, they're crazy expensive.
I had no idea that was.
Yeah, they're
it
crazy
was
expensive.
11,000 for the bracelet.
Even just the solid gold ones without gems in them are like 7,500. It's comparable to the Cartier Love bracelets, which are like, those are like 7,000.
But that's insane, because Cartier is Cartier. This is Tiffany. What are they doing?
I mean, they're trying to compete. That's what they're trying to do. I mean, you could get I think they have a silver. I think the silver ones are cheaper, but the gold ones, yeah, they're like, that's white gold, you know. Yeah, these things are insanely expensive. Yeah. There was that limited edition one they did with the green Savorites. It was the collab with Daniel Arsham. Are you know that artist, Daniel Arsham?
No, I don't. You tell me.
He's an incredibly popular artist that went to Cooper Union. Super successful, and he does collaborations with everybody. And
does Cooper Union still do the free tuition thing, or did they change that policy?
I think they changed that. I think you could still get a free ride there, but I think it's tough. I don't know if they're full free now. But Arsham,
because the shtick of, for those who might not know, Cooper Union is this great, design arts school. I think they have other majors too, but that's kind of their strength, architecture. And they used to basically give free ride to everyone, they admit it, but I think they may have changed now, just like St. Peter is saying, to just your usual scholarship financial aid system where, it's not really given to everyone. So it's people who go to Cooper Union for that reason are chosen very carefully. So it's a very interesting institution.
Yeah, it looks like undergrad tuition is just a quick Google search shows that it's about $47K, which actually is kind of low for the type of school that it is. But
Yeah.
like you said, it used to be totally free. And Arsham, I believe Arsham was alumni at that point in time, and he gives millions of dollars. He's so successful. He gives millions of dollars back to the school. Like I think annually, like he gives them like millions and millions of dollars.
So Gondog, by the way, I really appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you as much as you appreciate my content. Captain Kirk says, if it's a contemporary American woman, crazy is a given. It's just what level. Well, we're all crazy at some level, Captain. So I do understand. Madman, also a member with that beautiful two-tone Daytona with what Archie calls the Maserati dial, the blue dial. 10 Australian. Congrats on 2K, mate. Very much deserved. Thank you. Member for 2 months now. If any viewers are not subscribed to access all the channel content, you're missing out. Thank you for this recommendation, Madman. And as I mentioned, a lot of the contents from those videos are going to move back to membership. So more of it is going to be exclusive as time goes. So as soon as you go in, you'll already see some exclusive content, but that will increase. And Gondog reminds everyone to upvote. There's a quick question. We usually don't take freebies, but I'm in a good mood today, so we are going to, and St. Peter can help me as well, because he loves the AD experience, right?
Of course.
Only. Exactly. 521 Taipei. Going to the Rolex AD on Friday. They're trying to get me the Rolex 41 millimeter Celebration Oyster Perpetual. Okay. Look, I mean, St. Peter and I think we are more or less in the same place when it comes to this. I think OP also especially is like all dial, right? For me, the OP41 is a little too big for my taste. But if that's what you want to wear, if that's what you prefer over the 36 millimeter, I can't object to that. I think that's purely subjective. I don't think there's a perfect watch size. I do still think to a certain extent that certain kinds of watches are meant to be worn at a particular size, right? If you're going to wear a Panerai, just wear the real thing. Just wear the 47 millimeter. If you think you can't pull it off, the world is your oyster. There are so many other watches, so many different kinds of sports watches that you can wear. The great thing about any Rolex, Oyster Perpetual at the end of the day is the core of Rolex's identity in terms of the build and construction of the watches. It can go either way. So Rolex is the kind of watch I feel, especially when it comes to OP and Datejust, you choose the one that you feel is right for the occasion, right for what you will wear. So if you think 41 is the one you want to go for, that's that. I won't talk about that. The Celebration dial, I've loved it from the first day. Again, it's not something I would want for myself. It's not something I would wear, but I think it was such a beautiful way of saying, you like those colorful dials? There you go. We'll put all of them on one dial and give it to you. Go to town. Have fun with it. Celebrate. I thought it was, and they did it in conjunction with that emoji puzzle dial Day-Date as well. So to me, it was Rolex's playful entry into the meme era, right? Into their response to memes about watches, the hype around certain models. It was their way of playing along that game, but in their own way, right? They saying that we can have fun too, just not in the way you might expect. We can have fun in our own way. And I actually like the Celebration OP. And if that's what you prefer, over a GMT Master, I will be the last person to judge it, because I think that's actually a great watch. I actually like it.
I do personally do not think it's crazy. I would personally would go for an OP before I go for a GMT. That is, unless they bring the Coke back. If they bring the
Mm.
Coke back, that's going to the top of my list because of the color combo. This the thing I think is odd about like what they did with the celebration is like they discontinued some of the colors, but not all of them. But they discontinued a lot of them, and that to me is a little frustrating because like I ever since they released all the colors, like I really liked the coral red. And that for me I think would have been great in a 36 or a 41, and they're gone now. I mean,
Yeah.
you get them pre-owned, but they're super expensive compared to the retail. So I like the fact that green is still available in 36 and 41 because I think that's the brand color. So I think that's also a really good one to go for. Obviously, going for the 36 turquoise, it pairs well with jewelry if you wear silver or white gold and turquoise jewelry. I just think it's a great piece. I think if you can get allocated one of these, it's a really special one. That is, in my opinion, I think a true collector's piece. And I think it's especially because it is called the Celebration, it's kind of perfect for wearing, on like an anniversary or a New Year's or a birthday. It's just a fun, like great party piece. Great summer piece too, at the beach, like that kind of stuff. So
I like it. I like it. And for a channel that calls itself Watches in Style or Watches and Style, I'm glad we are doing this. I'm glad we are approaching this style perspective. You mentioned at the outset St. Peter. That was one of your first points of entry into the world of watches, to look at it as a nice, luxurious accessory. And whether a lot of us recognize this or not, it's really the kind of piece of jewelry that is most acceptable for men to wear. But of course, there are so many more options when it comes to wearing jewelry, and especially if you are into that perhaps like neo-Western style, where you're wearing a lot of sterling silver, turquoise combinations. This is a great backdrop too, right? Because there's no OP41 in Tiffany blue anymore within the catalog. This is as close as you get to that, but you also get something more playful, something that plays with that hype, right? Participates in that hype around certain dial colors, but does it in its own way. And I think this is a great piece. To me, there's always something charming about the Oyster Perpetual. The only thing that sometimes turns me off from the OP is the kind of pricing certain pieces have achieved on the secondary market. Any OP at retail, if you can get it, I think is a great way of entering the Rolex catalog. It gives you that wearing experience that we were talking about when the Colonel was with us as well, right? It's the kind of thing that you can wear for any occasion with abandon. You don't have to think much. You have a watch that's waterproof, weatherproof. You can bang about with it if you want, but you can also wear it for these heightened and celebratory occasions. And what better watch to wear for those occasions than the so-called Celebration dial, which is all these colors included in it.
yeah, I wish I went after the coral when it was still out there. I think if I had a little more experience at that point in time, I would have known maybe it was something to move on. But the other thing I was going to say about this particular configuration is
Yeah.
to me it's very evocative of those like plastic ball pits that like kids play in.
Yeah.
Like at the what do you call them, at fast food places and theme parks and stuff. And I was, that was an era when I was a kid. Like those were around. Those were popular when I was a kid. So it's impossible for me to look at this and not remember drowning in those plastic. You never actually suffocate under there, but it kind of feels like you are when you're buried under there. There's the whole experience of hiding in there and scaring, jumping out and
Honestly,
kind of scaring
man,
somebody.
it was another era, wasn't it, man? I mean, because especially in the post-pandemic era, like what a what nightmare of a petri dish
Oh my
is that?
God.
Like, I mean,
Oh my God.
it's
Yeah.
also like, there are certain
Yes.
things that you can only do when you're a kid. I guess, you can romanticize that, but really it's, certain things you can do before your brain has developed fully, so to speak. Because what kind, I mean, there's the sweats, the nasty plastic, like you said, the kind of suffocating environment, and you actually do that and enjoy that as a kid. It's so unbelievable, but I have done it, right? So it's so fascinating sometimes to think back to those crevices of a childish psyche. That what the fuck were we thinking, or were we thinking at all? I think you are just doing things when you're a
Yeah,
kid.
it's
Partly the charm.
it's all exploration and in a lot of ways I think
It's
even
disgusting.
I don't it is, yeah, it is disgusting, but like just humans in general, we're just creatures, we're animals at the end of the day. So I think it's fitting in a way. um Hey, I need to split, but I would like to say that massive congratulations.
Thank you, man.
It's been such a pleasure being able to join you, and of course I really appreciate your friendship, and I appreciate the content that you put together. I think the community that you've built around your space is exceptional. A lot of the individuals who I've been able to communicate with and get to know through your platform, I feel very privileged to know those people, and very grateful for the space that you've created. And from all the way from lowbrow to unibrow, I think I think the full spectrum, look at it is what makes it. It's not too dry. It's good that we
Love
can
it.
have a laugh also, and have drinks to celebrate from time to time. So I just want to say congratulations again, and thank you, and here's to many more subs in the future.
Thank you so much, man. I really, really appreciate that. I love having you around. I know your schedule doesn't always allow it. I really appreciate, you came with your unboxing, even though, I teased you about that purchase even before it happened. So that's very, very generous and mature of you. And again, I really like you. I'm so glad that I had a chance to meet you in person while I was in New York, last year. Well, not last year, now, last holiday season, so to speak. Yeah, I hope we can catch up in person soon, man. And
Hey, I now that I'm free of the what wasn't even really a ball and chain, I might be moving out west. I wanted to go out there for a long time. So I
okay,
actually did a pilgrimage when I first started dating my ex, like when we were still in our honeymoon phase.
yeah,
And I was like, dude, I really want to move out here. I just am like really like attracted to the Pacific and the West Coast. And
okay.
I've been in
Well,
New York for like 20 years now, man. So it's like I
dude,
love
try
New York.
to do that before I get more fed up of this place and move in that direction. So it's
Yeah. Well, I
you
think
you
I
gotta
think I
rush.
would go I think I would go further north. I probably wouldn't go to LA. but
Honestly,
maybe.
you are more of a Pacific Northwest kind of guy, man. I'm sorry to
Yeah,
box you in that way, but
no,
yeah, you're right.
I really, it's been a dream of mine for a really long time to design and build my own house. That's like a life goal of mine. So, it financially, it doesn't really, I don't know if I'd be able to get financing to do it on like a property that's just unimproved land, but I could probably get like a fixer upper that I could do a tear down and
Hmm.
rebuild, or something I could put an addition on or something like that. So, it's really just a matter of like getting my head in the right space to do it. And then, whether I continue trying to work for my company from the West Coast, or, look for something new. So, they they do entertain remote work,
Okay.
for people that, who they value, who have been with the company for a long time. So that's an option, but it's also nice. Like I started the story before, it's nice to, put yourself out there and see what other possible opportunities there are. So, I need some time to kind of regroup and figure out what the next move is. But, you never know, man. I might be out there.
Well, I mean, again, before you figure it out, if you are gonna, come out on a scouting trip somehow to California, especially if you find some time to come down south, that would be nice. I'm still waiting for Aussie to drop by here so we can actually meet in person. Hasn't happened yet, but I think he might be dropping by at the end of the month. So we'll see. But again, I would love to catch up in some way. I don't think I'm coming to the East Coast anytime soon, but who knows?
Well, we'll be in touch. And, again, congrats. And, I hope you have a
Thank you.
nice evening.
You too. Take
Take
care,
care.
St. Peter. Love you, man.
See ya.
All right, that was great, guys. We have another hour and 20. I have a few new releases that I wanted to talk about, and that I don't want to pass over. Um, we talked about AP, we talked about exclusive AP, the 100-piece limited series of the Royal Oak concept that they did in collaboration with Tamara Ralph, and that saw a release in the Paris Fashion Week, basically. Um, and it's, we talked a little bit about this with Ali's help at the beginning of the live stream, where we remarked that it is the first release of the Ilaria Resta era. So I think that's important to mark. Again, we can approach it in so many skeptical ways, and you guys know that I have all sorts of issues about how AP has been developing as a brand. But there are a few things I like about this watch. I'm sure it's a little more impressive because of its three-dimensional qualities in person. But it's also not something that appeals to me, and it's not necessarily something that was made for me in the first place. And of course, the exclusivity is part of what I'm saying here, but also because of its overt femininity, which incidentally is really the only thing I like about this watch, especially the Tuscan or frosted finish on the gold and the gem sets tourbillon. It's a pretty thing. Not necessarily what I think about when I think about a watch, and when I think about an Audemars Piguet, when I think about a Royal Oak. But hey, if you're gonna do something different like this, rather than destroying things that we actually like. And AP has been quite intentional and careful about that with the jumbo specifically, at least since 2012. In the 40th anniversary edition of the reference 15202 they did. And they have also been incredibly successful in building a brand around that Gerald Janta design. So, you know, who am I to say anything? But I was going to say, now that we have talked about this, let's talk about some more accessible things. This is a watch that I actually really like, and a watch that is going to be both a watch that celebrates the 10th anniversary of Time and Tide, which incidentally is a horological outlet from Down Under. It's also the first piece Furlan Marie released in this editions series, where they are going to basically make exclusive limited editions, collaborations, which is, as you guys know, it's not really my favorite genre when it comes down to it. It's one of those symptoms of the erosion of any semblance of independence in the media when it comes to watches. These days, all they do is collaborations with brands and special releases. There's hardly any content on their platforms that's not trying to sell you something, that's not promoting something they have, or doing promotion for brands that pay them. So I do have all sorts of misgivings about that, but when a watch is interesting enough, I always want to shine some light on it, bring it out. I think there's something really charming about this watch. You guys know we love Corne de Vache design here, those crazy cow's horns, lugs that, of course, is very familiar style from the historical part of Vacheron Constantin's catalog, for example, in the 1955 chronograph. But you guys know other brands have used them historically and are still using them. The Cuban-inspired but Swiss-made brand Cuervo y Sobrinos has a whole line of watches that have that styling. And Furlan Marie, which initially made its entrance into this world as a micro brand, introduced their first mechanical watch in this guise as a three-hander with this vintage-inspired case. I love the dial, which in a way reminds me of a well-patinated Rolex sports watch. Incidentally, of course, this is something of a dressier affair, but not exclusively. This is maybe more in the genre of a contemporary dress watch, in a way that it can take a little bit of a banging around, but it's an elegant piece that you can wear just about anywhere, including to the office, to special occasions. I love the crosshair at the center of the dial. I like the general sector look. Also the multi-layered look with the finely graduated seconds. I like that they did something different on this style, went with Romans rather than the Breguet numerals that they usually use. And as I mentioned, I like this sort of patinated brown tropical look of the dial that is accented with the red writing for the editions. Obviously, that's visually, to me, romantically Rolex territory, but of course, it's no one's property at all. Don't take me wrong, but it inspires me in just that right way. The crystal is slightly domed, slightly curved to inject a little bit more of that vintage ethos into the mix. Nice textured calfskin leather strap to match. I think it comes with a shade of brown that's almost coordinating with the dial, and an extra black strap as well. And you get an exhibition case back that allows you to peer into that La Joux Perret G100 movement, which is actually pretty good. La Joux Perret is part of the Citizen Group, in the same way that Frédéric Constant is owned by them, in the same way that Arnold & Son is owned by them. It's part of that ecosystem, but they do work for other brands too. And Foulam Marie actually uses their movements for their three-handers, as well as the newly introduced mechanical flyback chronographs as well. The great thing about La Joux Perret is that the dimensions of the movements, and to a certain extent their architecture as well, is quite similar. Well, the dimensions are exactly compatible with the ETA 2824. So in a way, they're replaceable, they're substitutable. And what you have here is basically a workhorse movement with an industrial finish, not much of an interesting decoration, but still relatively pleasing to the eye as a basic mechanical movement. Quite average in so many ways, but easily serviceable, quite generic, and also at a level that gives you some affordability. Its power reserve is a little bit more generous than comparable movements at 68 hours, without any cheap tricks, because the movement actually beats at 4 hertz, 28,800 oscillations per hour. Hey, Jay Sykes, nice to see you, man. Thank you for your kind words. So I like it. I think it's appropriate, both technically and aesthetically, to this price point. I think it's a handsome watch. They call back Elegy, again paying respect to the origins of time and tide. Very special dial. I've always liked the case design. I have a soft spot for stylized lugs for this kind of watch. The simpler the watch gets, the more of an accent that such design details give to that watch. So for a three-hander, I think Comte de Vache is a perfect use. I like it in the chronograph as well, but remember that's a 2-digit chronograph that Vacheron Constantin has in their catalog. and that's why it also looks very clean and balanced, at least to me. But it's even better in a time-only watch. Here, they will have apparently a 24-hour global sales window that's going to kick in on January 25th, 7 at 700 AET on Thursday, January 25th. It's basically 1,500 in Swiss francs, 2,650 in Australian dollars, and I think it comes to be around 1,800 in US dollars. I think this is an interesting piece, interesting buy. Time only, workhorse movement, great aesthetics. I like it. For those of you who may not be into this particular aesthetic, who may not, perhaps who may not have the chance to get it in that small window they offer, actually, there's a very great option at that price point that I didn't talk about on this channel yet, but that I really like. Raymond Vey is a brand that I have appreciated for a while for that price point, which kind of teeters between, let's say, Tissot and Longines. And stylistically, I guess they do have a comparable catalog to Longines, of course, without the same heritage, right? Longines is an incredible history. It's one of the great, if not the greatest, legacy brands. So I don't mean anything beyond a simple price point comparison there. And in terms of the diversity of genres they offer. But it's been quite pleasing to me, and this Miezim series is a product family that I really, really enjoy. They have pieces that are three-handers, as we have just experienced. These are a little bigger. I think the Furlan Marri we were just looking at is like 37 and a half. And those Comte de Vache lugs make it wear a little larger. But the Raymond Vey we are looking at scales right under 40 millimeters in diameter. In this particular version, it has a sector dial that has salmon tones, sweep center seconds, just like the Furlan Marri that we were looking at. In this case, it actually has luminous hands, so perhaps skews a little more towards the contemporary, which is not necessarily to say sporty aesthetic. But I find this watch really comparable to what we were looking at. Again, very attractive price point at $1,575 for this particular piece. And once again, you know, what you have is not an exceptional movement. But for the price point, it's also nothing to write home about. Again, it's something quite comparable to the ETA 2824, as we were talking about in terms of its dimensions. I think the RW 4200 is actually more akin in its architecture to SW 200, the Sellita movement, which in itself is a clone of the ETA, of course. So nothing too impressive, but nothing too disappointing either. Stainless steel and 50 meters water resistance, which is a little more than splash proof, so should get you through the day, but should also ideally not be immersed in water. I really like this entire series, I think, as an option for that entry level watch. I'm at a certain point, I'm tired of you know, going either Seiko 5, Presage, Prospex, etc. And of course, I talk about, you know, Unimatic, Yema, Fulham Marie, but Raymond Weil is a brand that kind of falls through the cracks sometimes. So when they do something interesting, when they get something right, I think that should be highlighted. The ones with the seconds on the subdial have a little bit of a markup. This was one of the finalists for the Challenge Watch Prize, which is, I think, anything under 3,500 in Swiss francs. And mind you, this is even cheaper than that, 1895. A two-tone silver dial, seconds on the subdial. Again, that sector dial aesthetic with very nice hands inlaid with luminous material as well. I like the case design too, by the way, with these teardrop shape on the lugs. Not classical inspiration, you know, vintage aesthetic, but still with a contemporary touch. And the price point is great. Right? I just appreciate the fact that there's much more at and around these price points, you know, around 1,000, 1,500s, less than 2,000. There's more and more everyday wearing, dressy, more elegant pieces than all sports pieces. And that's something of a welcome development, if you ask me. This black sector dial is not that bad either. Again, I like that crosshair aesthetic at the center. It's more like an anthracite, apparently, like, you know, shades of gray more than black. I do like that. Yeah, I did want to talk about the Miesim also. We started with AP, so we took things down a few notches, so to speak, a little more accessible. I think Breitling just released a bunch of which collection. You guys know I'm sometimes of two minds with Breitling when they do these kinds of re-edition watches that are more in line with their classical aesthetics. I'm easily taken by them. But when they do these time-only Navi timers, which don't make sense to me, when they, when they have these kinds of watches that seem to somehow try to cling on to some sort of hype simply with these colorful dials for the Super Ocean. I wasn't really into them either. But I do like this Super Ocean Heritage 57 line, even though the price point is not all that exciting, not all that inviting. I think a Block to Watch has a piece on this. I have a harder time finding it on their own webpage, so we'll have to rely on their coverage, which takes, unfortunately, a little bit to load. Maybe I should take that as a cue to take a quick break. I'll be with you in 2 minutes. Please hit the like button in the meantime. I appreciate your support. G Gadwa, you got a free membership. Welcome. And it's nice to see you. Thank you for your kind words. I'll be right back. Okay, the connection is crapping on us right here, so we'll shift gears very quickly and see if we can do an auction preview. Maybe that website will work for us. Let me see. Okay. Wow. Hmm. All right, you'll have to give me another minute because I need a quick restart on this. Okay, we're back. Let's try this again. Let me see. Okay, seemingly this is a little better. You guys know, without endorsing any particular auction house, we cover a lot of the auctions here. Of course, the big seasonal ones from the more prominent and recognizable auction houses get a lot of free airtime elsewhere as well. One of my favorites to explore, in addition to some Scandinavian auction houses and some Parisian ones, is in Aachen. It's actually one of the oldest ones that focus on watches. They're based in Zurich, and they kind of play the role of the disruptor. Sometimes people make fun of them because a lot of lots go unsold, or some watches go for cheap, but that's a good thing for the buyer. It means that It's exactly the kind of place where you might be able to get a good deal. They have ongoing sales, watches that they practically take on consignment. But they also have oftentimes very focused and specifically themed auctions. I remember from last year or even the year before, they had one called German speaking watches, which was a riot. I really enjoyed that grouping. Of course, there were the usual suspects from Germany and from Glashütte specifically, Alang und Söhne, Glashütte Original, but there were also pieces from the German-speaking parts of Switzerland, a lot of interesting IWC pieces, of course, Mose pieces and others. They did something on calendar watches. Once every so often, they do, chronographs. They do a bunch of things. More recently, they did an auction that was dedicated entirely to Konstantin Chaikin's work, which I covered here, and which I tried to do some sort of justice to the scope of the Russian master's work, because it is so much more than the Joker watch, than the so-called wrist months, which I appreciate in their own way, don't take me wrong. But Konstantin Chaikin is just a very important watchmaker, and I was happy to see him honored in this way, and I really enjoyed my own coverage too. And man, I look like an absolute douchebag as well, because this was the time where I had a bloodshot eye, so I'm wearing sunglasses at night inside while doing a live stream, so you can enjoy it for that absurdist effect as well. So here's the link if you want to take a look at that auction. All this to say is, in Aachen is a little bit under the radar. A lot of times they have great watches. If you know what you want, if you know what you're getting, it can once every so often be a platform where you can get some very interesting deals in an unexpected way. And that deal is only sweetened by the fact that they have eliminated buyer's premiums, right? So LoopThis can be an interesting platform. For example, a collaboration between Eric Koo of 1010 and Justin Grunberg of the Keystone. And they're interesting usually because they charge only 10% premium as opposed to 20 to 25% charges that the prominent auction houses have. In Aachen has no premium whatsoever. So as is usually the case, I will drop the link in the chat. If you would like to send any questions about specific lots, feel free to shoot a super chat with the lot number. I'll dive right in. Otherwise, I'll follow my instinct, my interests. As always, I always advise being studious, being careful, do your homework, study the watches as much as you can. If you're interested in a piece, reach out to them. Ask for more information, ask for more pictures, ask for a video conference meeting, for fuck's sake. You deserve it if you're gonna put your money into it. If you can view it in person, nothing replaces that. If you can send someone to view it for you and assess the condition, if you're really serious, that's also worth something exploring. I'm not just talking about in Aachen at this point, about any auction. Be always mindful, do your own homework, inspect the pieces in person, never depend exclusively on the lot essay, always ask for a second or third opinion. With that being said, let's jump right in. Some of these pieces are pieces that have been extremely hyped up in the post-pandemic era, but are now falling back down from the stratosphere. Lot 1 is an exceptional example of that. These pieces have much more to go in terms of finding their real valuation, but this is that 40th anniversary Royal Oak Jumbo that I was talking about. 15202 existed before 2012, but it's received that sort of cosmetic updates on the 40th anniversary of Gérard Janta's groundbreaking design, with the initial logo at 6 o'clock, with the petite tapisserie, the finer pantograph applied, dial decoration. Basically, the 15202 is a slightly more contemporary version of the original 5402, just a little bit different, just a little bit thicker. I think that's the most important thing I want to underline, and that's mostly due to the exhibition caseback. 15202, especially after the introduction of the 50th anniversary reference, 16202 has the additional importance of becoming the last generation of those, pardon me, iconic luxury sports watches from Audemars Piguet, from Patek Philippe, and to a certain extent Vacheron Constantin as well. All of those watches, as you may have already heard, were powered by the same or similar movements, all built on the base of that tractor caliber JLC 920, ultra thin, still the thinnest, even though it's designed in the late 60s. Still the thinnest self-winding movement with a full rotor as opposed to, say, a micro rotor. In the AP lingo, it's known as caliber 2121. That movement was replaced with the 50th anniversary and with the new reference 16202 with the 7121, which is different architecture and which also happens to be slightly thicker as well, but still very interesting. So 15202 has that importance as well. It marks also that history where the Jumbo for 49 years of its existence was basically powered with that JLC 920 movements in stainless steel, with that Bleu Nuit Nuage 50 dial, right? Night blue, cloudy night blue, so to speak. That was the dial made by Stern Frère. So in a way, when you go back in history, this is the kind of watch that brought together a lot of those different aspects of manufacture and design that we admire today looking back, and that are today absorbed into different corners of the luxury markets. The bracelets were made by Gué Frères, which also made the first generation of Nautilus bracelets, which of course designed and made the Jubilee bracelets and Oyster bracelets for Rolex, bracelets for Hoya, bracelets for Universal Genève, today absorbed into Rolex. The dials, we talked about them, Sternfrère, the movement from JLC. So it's amazing. It's amazing. It's a piece of history, but it still defines the presence of Audemars Piguet today. This is lot 1. It's reference 15202 ST, a Royal Oak extra thin jumbo in stainless steel. The current bid stands at 57,600 with about 6 days to go. As I mentioned, these pieces still have quite some way to go in terms of the downward trends in pricing. So I would say hold off, but very interesting lot here. And it would be fascinating to see how it will trend, how it will go. The Speedmaster Silver Snoopy Award. This was, again, a hot watch, a collectible watch that had a lot of hype around it. It's one of those it's one of those limited edition Speedmasters that actually did have a lot of genuine collectors' interest behind it. But the prices seem to be crashing. The market around it seem to be crashing at the present moment. In fact, there was an interesting analysis from Watt Charts on Instagram that I saw a couple of days ago. As you can see, it was released in 2019, and for a while this was a watch that trended above $31,000, which is basically a 200% premium over the retail price, which was right around $10,000. But since the market started crashing at around March all the way down to June in 2020, it has been falling, and nowadays it's, at least in terms of the information that Watch Charts has, it's trending today right around 17,000, or rather around 16,900. So there's a distinct downward trend in terms of the valuation of this watch. It still has a premium over retail price, so it might still be quite, not easy to get at the retail price, but it's getting there. Again, maybe it's already a good deal for some of you. I would still urge to wait a little longer. It's a pretty cool watch. Has that little bit of mechanical animation on the back. Has these blue details, including the Snoopy himself and the 50th anniversary marking in the continuous seconds subdial. And it's a watch that, in fact, started with a starting started with a starting bid. Took off with a starting bid of 10,400 in US dollars and has been already bid up to 15,000. So I'm not sure if there's much of a deal to be had here because there's still 6 days to go. This is lot number 4 for an Omega Speedmaster Silver Snoopy Awards on the In Eichen Zurich Horological January auction. I think this is an interesting auction to follow on this basis. But with that price trend that I just showed you from Watt Chart's chart, I would say the knife is still falling on this, and it's not yet time to catch it. Is this El
This
Famoso?
is the professor.
It is. Oh my
It is. Ha! Mabruk for the 2,000 subscribers.
Allah yabarak fik.
I listen to you religiously. I don't appear.
Religiously. Professor, did we lose your voice? Professor? Captain Kirk has a great snarky comment about my guess, that the prices will continue to fall. He says, at least wait until our next war starts. I don't know whose war, but they're constantly. Look, I mean, El Professor came in at the right moment, right? It was with his help on this channel that we started articulating before everyone else, based on the macroeconomic conditions, the kind of crash that was awaiting the watch market. Right, Professor? Are you back?
I'm here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they kept hoping for a Christmas miracle. They said everything will be much better once the Chinese market opens. Constantly they're cooking up something, but obviously, Professor, you can easily say something about this, that as long as the macroeconomic conditions themselves don't improve, and God knows when they will improve, the watch market will continue this downward trend. So there's no rush to go out and buy anything unless you're really, really desperate to get it for whatever reason that you can't rationally explain.
Yeah, in the secondary market, it's different. Of course, you should wait. Nobody will time the bottom perfectly,
Right.
and vice versa. But if you are an aficionado and you want to buy a watch and your AD called you and you don't have a problem, and you're not thinking this is an investment, oh, I'm buying this because it will go up. 95% of the people on these live streams think that they thought that this is an investment, and they ended up getting the short end of the stick. So if you are into that category, you have money, you're happy, you're collecting, you don't care about its price in the secondary market, you're good to go.
I think that's also very good advice, Professor. Again, certain pieces, especially when it comes to the, either when it comes to the prestige brands like Rolex, Patek, and so many others, or like you said, if it comes to a watch that you are actually acquiring, to please yourself, to wear it, to enjoy it, I think buying at retail, is quite okay, and it's just like any other luxury good, right? It's it's something that you buy with money that you actually have, that you can spend, that won't really make your life more difficult, that will just add perhaps a layer of pleasure, some enjoyment to it. I think that's always fair. Like you said, for the true collector, that's never a wrong decision.
Yeah,
But
it's
with watches that carry this kind of premium on the secondary market, I think it's always good to tread carefully. And like you said, no one can time the bottom perfectly, but I think things still have a little bit more to go down.
yeah, they do significantly. I mean, significantly. What is the percentage of this significantly, Professor? Well, one, I cannot say, but two, people, as you said, were expecting that China will recover. China is getting fucked. Okay, I mean, China is getting fucked. And look at equities, stock market in China is getting screwed big time. They don't know if they have a deep recession, a deep depression. It's a very shady economy, and so these guys are not doing well. On the other hand, if you go a little bit further west, Europe is fucked, not as fucked as China, but the Germans are beginning to suffer. Okay, and of course, suffering for the Germans is, oh, we didn't grow at 4% GDP, we grew at 2.99. Great. But that's enough for them to have a recession or a significant slowdown, right? And the rest of the world is not doing well. The Middle East is having these geopolitical uncertainties. When people see uncertainties, war, instability, they don't buy luxury shit. They keep it at home, they hoard whatever, they buy gold or they don't buy gold. I mean, again, whoever buys gold is an idiot, thinking that it's going to go up. I have all these friends who tell me, oh, Professor, buy gold. And I have another group that says, buy silver. Okay. And I say, you guys on the silver side, why are you buying silver? Because it's cheap. I go, you're idiots. You should be looking at percentage gains, not if it's cheap.
Gold, as you said, at least you can wear it around your neck, right? And
yeah, or
what are you gonna do with silver?
Yeah, silver, you carry a ton and it's worth $1,000. Great, take the truck and have it as an asset. But that's idiotic. It's a poor man's investment thesis. It's usually a lot of less to do people who buy silver. That's evidence from the academy. On the gold front, you have people who say, in bad times, buy gold. If it's really bad, you're going to sell that gold for a loaf of bread if we end up having a nuclear war, right? So you have these perceptions of wealth and security and asset holding. Gold has gone from what, 1,700 to 2,000? It's not a significant growth. I mean, if you buy certain stocks, these stocks could go 50, 60, 100% over the last year if you got it right. But anyway, it's perception of asset holding and so forth. So with watches, we go back to the norm. Remember, young Brando, we talked about it back, I think, in November 2022 or October, when we said that things are going to mean revert, meaning that a lot of these pieces will go to a small premium, such as the GMT, such as the Daytona, a small premium, not crazy premium. And people said, oh, stupid idiot, how can you forecast the world? It was a bubble. Watches were a bubble. Suddenly, 2-year-old, 3-year-old experts appeared on YouTube. They did channels, Paul this, what's her name, this lady, the German lady, Wolfgang, whatever her name is.
Come on, Professor. Now you're being too harsh.
It's okay. The other one, the Canadian lady in London, watch whatever, Latina, her name is Mexicana, whatever, and then all these other guys that came along, and they became watch experts, and that fed into the thesis of watches as an
You know,
investment, as an asset.
honestly, actually, I mean, it is part of her shtick, but one thing I do like about Watch Gringa is she's quite transparent about the fact that she doesn't know anything. I mean, I know it's part of the play.
It's
You
part
know,
of the play. Yeah, I don't know
guys, we are
anything, but
learning.
I will tell
Guys,
you.
we are,
Yeah, I
guys,
will
we
tell you
are,
if the Pepsi will be discontinued. What an idiot! What does she know? And everybody else. Will the Pepsi be discontinued? Well,
Professor,
guess what?
you woke
It
up,
will not get
you
discontinued.
woke up on the wrong side of the bed again. I think.
Again, yes. I'm very gun-ho today. No, because I've been listening to these idiots. Pepsi will be discontinued. It's not going to be
That's
discontinued.
what I'm, Professor.
Coke
did
will be
you-
released. It will not be released.
Do you know? It's sometimes it's the reason I don't listen to other watch channels for the most part is because I treasure my mental health and I see what it's doing to you. Just stop. Don't, you can't deal with these people. They're playing another game. They're literally living in another universe. I think it's
Yeah, it's feeding into, it's a kind of a news thing. And one is feeding into the other's kind of obsession of the news. Create noise. More hype. More, did he say this? Will the Coke appear? Will the Pepsi disappear?
Hmm.
So two things to settle the score with the idiots is the Pepsi will not be discontinued and the Coke will not be arriving anytime soon.
You know, the one thing that is important, and that's why I think you should actually get on Instagram rather than watching these people's YouTube channels, is because to direct traffic, they post a lot of the stuff in very summary formats on Instagram. So that's one way of knowing what they're doing at a general level without even having to spend 15 seconds to watch their videos, because at any rate, they don't have that kind of depth that would need you to sit through an entire video to begin with. So, yes, you see that, like, former watch dealer guy, I don't think he has ever made any content that's not clickbait, that's not predicting something, which 99% of the time, it's not right. It's like watching the Paul Thorpe channel is like getting immersed in astrology for horological bros. It's so bad.
Noise.
It's superstition in the worst sense of the word. They're just completely ignorant. They don't know anything. I don't know how this guy ever dealt in watches, because he doesn't know anything about any watch related thing that he talks about. I think he should stick to that watch crime genre. I think it fits him. At least he can pretend that he's doing something good. He can put his own conscience at rest. But yeah, the whole prediction genre, as our friend Aussie Expat is saying from the chat, and I was trying to reel him in as well. It's very tiring. The whole drama genre, it's very tiring. The whole way they are trying to pump their favorite gray market profiteer, it's very tiring. And again, you got to find a way of responding to them without getting sucked into that really unproductive and I don't know, despicable genre. Really, I don't know why. Even as content creators, I don't value what they do, because they don't provide entertainment. Not my kind of entertainment anyways. And like you said, they're very thin on knowledge.
Yeah, Ozzy is our great friend, and I hope you see him. But somehow we will, all three of us, meet eventually somewhere. There will be no discontinuation of the Batgirl Batman as well. So let me kill that discussion too for anyone who is
That's
trying to.
that's Ozzy's prediction, by the way.
Yeah, no, Ozzy is okay. He means well. He
I know.
makes a predict. It's okay, but the Pepsi will not be discontinued. The issue has been fixed with the production of the ceramic bezel.
Mhm.
And I can tell you that that is well underway now. So there is a
Okay, so the
huge.
rumors, well, I mean, they weren't even rumors, because if you have been looking at those so-called Pepsi bezels since they
Mhm.
were first introduced in white gold, they were always inconsistent. They were always all over the place.
The color, yes.
And to me, coming from, again, the vintage era, when obviously they were fading, in so many different ways, from the aluminum bezel, but at least we know the original colors that were, very seductively called Pepsi. The ceramic Cerachrome version was never quite right. So I guess that's
Yes.
not even a rumor. Anyone who paid some attention to it through the
No.
generations could tell. So are you saying to me that they have finally found a way of getting the colors right and consistent?
No, let me say, okay, I will say it in your channel, okay?
Please.
Nowhere else
Thank
to be said. I mean, it's just you and me and Ozzy. Let's put it this way, speaking.
Yeah, it's not like anyone listens, right?
Well, no, it's okay. They can listen. In fact, you will be surprised. Some really good people are listening. People that you and I care, and that's what matters. Now, the rest, I don't really care. So the problem with the bezel was not the color. The color is not going to be addressed. Is it going to be deep pink or red or blue? That was not the problem. The problem
Okay.
was that when the Pepsi went for repair, the bezel broke. Okay.
So it was a
And
stability problem.
it was a breakage. It was a breakage. When they take off the bezel, it will break. So what happened is that when a lot of Pepsis went to ADs, they started using a lot of bezels to replace the breaking bezels. And they realized that they ran out of bezels, right? Because there was huge demand, again, within parameters here, for replacement of the bezel. And so what they realized is that the consistency of the chemical that held the bezel together had to be fixed. So what they did is they stopped the production in order to address the issue of the breakage, of the cracking of the bezel when they would take it off for repair. That was the issue.
But Professor, is that something that they only experience with that particular color combination?
Yes, only with that. Yes, only with that. Exactly.
Okay.
With a black on black, never. With the Batgirl, never. With a green on black, never. So what they experienced since around this a year ago is what I explained. So
That's
they
very
held back the production. Now it's back to normalcy, and it's not going to be discontinued. And they will not produce the Coke. They will announce, I will say it again in your program, a new GMT.
Okay.
And it will be a steel, but that's all.
Steel spots, as Archie used to say. I missed that.
But that's about it concerning the GMT. So nothing will change. Nothing will change from the GMT line.
So you are just saying they will add another colorway basically for the bezel in the stainless steel lineup without necessarily
but not Coke.
removing
It
anything?
will not be. It will not be the Coke, and it will not be something crazy.
And they're not going to eliminate any of the other options.
No, none. Because as I told you
Fair
in
enough.
your program, maybe 2 years ago, the GMT is is lined up to be the most sought after watch
Mhm.
after the Daytona.
Yeah,
In-
and
in-
you specified it very nicely, and in a very nuanced way, because I was saying that in popularity, it's superseding the Submariner. You know, Daytona having already taken the throne, so to speak, as being the most popular Rolex professional model, and you specified that by saying, you know, it's not necessarily more units are sold, but it's certainly more demanded than the Submariner. I remember you explaining it in this
yes,
particular way, which I really appreciated, and
of course.
it's a sentiment you can kind of see, right? I mean, it's more popular, there's more hype around it compared to the Submariner, which is in a way even looked down upon in the not in the you know connoisseur community. I'm not talking about that, but in the mainstream watch enthusiast space, certainly people are talking more about the GMT Masters than the Submariner.
Yeah, because they have the blue black, red blue,
The colors, yeah,
the colors, and that is marketing wise very attractive. Submariner has black and green, and
and
then
black,
you're
and
yeah
more black.
and more black, and then if you're crazy, you go for the white gold or the yellow gold. You have the bluesy, which is their biggest selling watch in the Submariner line, not in terms of numbers, but in terms of you know in terms of high
Value,
value demand. Yes,
revenue, yeah, yeah,
yeah,
I can see that.
it is the revenue maker in the Submariner line, because for every black on black they can sell three
Mm.
two-tone bluesies. But it's a beautiful watch, notwithstanding. But so, I mean, what is for sure going to be discontinued has already been, and I said that to you, and I think in the program a few months ago, is the Le Mans. Le Mans is no longer in production, has been
Yeah,
discontinued for a few months. Um, and so that watch is gone.
yeah, maybe they they have to shift the attention now to the Vienna Philharmonic. Did you see that watch?
Yeah, I saw that. Yes, the Vienna. Good luck getting that watch.
I actually kind of like it,
It's nice.
but
They're
I'm sure
getting.
that's going to be basically, I mean, it's again, we were talking about Submariner GMT Master thing. One is not as demanded, but maybe more in number, etc. So in this case, I mean, it will still be very exclusive. Maybe not everyone will ask for it, but it's still going to be pretty limited and
No,
very.
you will get one or two. The problem is that you will not get allocated one. I mean, like the Le Mans went to approximately 1/3 of the ADs.
Mm,
Many ADs in the US didn't even know which century they will get it. And so it's this piece again, it's like the 36th anniversary, funky color ones, so the puzzle, the whatever you call it,
yeah,
emoji. Many of the ADs will never see it, and unfortunately for Ozzy, the actors and actresses and celebrities will get to have these watches so that they play around marketing of the brand. And so people say, oh, I want to get it. And then they go to the AD, they'll say, drop dead, you'll never get it.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the kind of dial work that goes into it, kind of the artistic crafts, so to speak, when it comes to this sort of enamel dial. Um,
No, it's pretty. I mean, I think Rolex is going to continue on that stream. The 36 will be the flagship for the funky colors, the marketing gimmicky things, That I think they're getting it well, and they will announce some of them this year. But again, what they're doing, like other watch brands, quite smartly, they're not waiting for Geneva anymore to be the
Right.
showcase. It now it begins to be spread throughout the year because they understand, all of them, all the watch manufacturers, that they cannot have the attention of the world in a recession or a slow growing economic cycle with just watches being presented in a 3-day thing. And this is a big change that we see now with the industry.
And
Yeah,
I think it's also a welcome change. I mean, on
it
the one
is.
hand,
It is
on
exactly.
the
It's good for you and for me and the aficionados to wait, so they can be able to digest and explain, and marketing wise, but also for the ADs, it's soothing. Look
you
at the
know,
Le Mans. It was announced at an odd time, and so that gets a lot of attention. That's
again,
also a marketing thing. Yeah.
again, a lot of our audience might not even remember this because, as we were talking about it earlier, there's a fledgling, younger, different collectors community that's emerging. But even when there was SIHH, right, or when Watches and Wonders was called SIHH, let's put it that way, there was something called pre-SIHH, right? They would do a preview for the watches that are going to come in Watches and Wonders, so the journalists would have time to digest it and publish about it in advance or concurrently as the trade show. Now, in the age of the internet, of course, you don't need this, right? Watches and Wonders is there, coverage is on the ground, it comes to us basically instantly. And Watches and Wonders itself has become more of an all-encompassing event that's not only a trade show, that has now going to have multiple public days, so more quote-unquote pedestrian or civilian access to the event than ever. So things have become, in a way, much more open, much more transparent, much more day by day, rather than depending on this seasonal cycle that, to me, is like the worst aspect of fashion anyways. Right, that you have to have these cyclical changes and moods. Now everything is a little more dispersed, and like you said, we have more time to pick and choose and digest and focus over certain things, scrutinize a little bit, try to understand it, try to connect it, as we do on this channel, to the historical developments, to the personal stories that envelop these watches, geek out about the horological or artistic details. So I like this pace quite a bit more.
Yes.
Aussie Expat says, always enjoy listening to the professor.
He's a lovely guy.
Yeah, I think he's busy, probably busy with the kids, that he's participating from the chat, but not necessarily joining on video. He was saying earlier, even the Batman colors in the black and blue have varied a lot. That's true. Captain Kirk says GMTs are now more popular than dive watches. Absolutely, Captain Kirk, but it's a chicken or the egg kind of question, right? And I'm a Rolex fanboy, so inevitably I'm gonna tell you that just as Submariner led the charge in being the definitive modern dive watch and set the trend for everyone else, which is not to say that there are no other interesting dive watches, which is not to say that there are no other original approaches to the genre, but it was the definitive in the category. In the same way, yes, there's a GMT revival. Every brands, from micro brands to the most prestigious, are trying to present their own take on dual time, on travel time, on GMT. But I'm sorry, you can't convince me otherwise. GMT Master led that charge, right? You know, the GMT craze took off long before the pandemic, long before the end of the pandemic, with the Batman. I remember, you know, before the ceramic Daytona hit, before the 116-500 was released, Batman was the Rolex hype watch. Everyone wanted a GMT Master, even more than the Daytonas to a certain extent when it comes to the retail points. Again, I'm not talking about the actual numbers sold, but people asking for the watch. And that set off the GMT craze long before the current gluts of GMT travel time and dual time watches that we are getting from Unimatic to Patek, right, at every single end of the market. Rolex was ahead of the wave. They set the trend. They gave the keynote, so to speak, to speak in professor's language a little bit. Keynote speech.
Did I tell you? I told you that I have this friend who said, "AP, I want to get Royal Oak." I said, "Okay."
Tell me more.
So I said to him, "My friend, my friend, what do you want?"
My friend, I give you good price.
Yes. And he said to me, "I want AB." Oh, I said AB. Okay, AB. He's like, AP? No, I want AB. I said, okay. AB Royal Oak. So we went for that. And
by the way, I mean, when AP's AP's own executives pronounce it Royal Oak in the French way, I think it's fine. You know, that anyone can say whatever. Even platinum and titanium and with Salomon dial.
Salomone. Salomon dial. Yes, sir. So he said, okay. I said, look, 41 or jumbo. He said, well, I don't know. I like 41. I said, it's not very, it's more, it's bigger. It's with a trend of bigger watches. The 39 is the original. It's elegant. It's good on the hand. And the guy is medium size. He's not fat and he's not super thin. So he's kind of average, you know, good wrist size.
Average among Americans or average among normal people?
No, among Europeans. Americans are not, are not normal.
We are supersized, Professor.
Yes, yes, supersized and dying. And
we're
because
all
of
dying.
the eating. No, because of the eating habits. Their eating habits are,
we're all dying.
They eat junk. But anyway, so we tried to go to the AP dealer, the authorized dealer, and they have been shut for 5 days.
What do you mean? The play? It's closed.
It's
AP
closed.
Dealer?
Yes, it's closed.
In what location is this, if I might ask?
You know where I am.
Okay, you don't want to disclose. I understand. Yeah,
you know where I am. And so I went yesterday again, and I said, "Where are these people? I mean, are they selling watches or they're selling cucumbers now?" They said they are traveling. They're traveling. I said,
Professor, actually, there might be something else behind it. You know, now in Southern California, there has been a war of attrition, and it's due to the business practices that have corrupted those particular branches or boutiques from inside out. We're talking
Mhm.
about not only sales associates, but also sometimes store managers themselves being involved in business practices that are not approved
Mhm.
by the management, by the corporate, by the brand itself.
Mm.
So people come and go, come and go, come and go. And then I heard more recently that in the entire country of Spain, in which I think they have at least 2 boutiques, AP was completely shut down. And of course, in their public expressions, they may have not informed anyone. They may have given bullshit explanations, but the problem was the same. They basically had to quarantine figuratively the place because
Mhm.
they laid off the entire staff for for
Ah,
basically for basically selling watches, through the back door, getting money in paper bags,
really?
greasing a certain type of clientele and privileging them over others, etc. So AP Spain had basically shuttered, at least temporarily, because of this reason. I wonder, wherever you may be in the world, I wonder if they're suffering from something like that, or maybe they genuinely have another excuse. We will never know, but that's the
That's
situation
very
with AP
interesting.
now.
Very interesting.
But yeah, we were exchanging messages, guys. You feel free to drop in the chat what you think. So basically, Professor's friend has basically a way in. He can get an AP of his choosing. He wants a Royal Oak. We were both leaning towards the purest approach. If you can get it, get the jumbo, the current representative 16202. It's the original design. It's the one that sticks the closest to the 1972 original. Of
Mhm.
course, cosmetically, certain things have changed a little bit. Of course, this has an exhibition case back. Of course, this has a new movement, which, at least on paper, should be better, right?
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
has quick set date now. It has
Finally.
increase 54 hours power reserve rather than 40, I believe. And it's supposed to the new bridge, etc., the shock block, cock block, whatever system, is supposed to be more shock resistant, more bank proof, so to speak. Now, that's the purest approach, even though the professor was saying that he doesn't particularly enjoy the placement of the logo, which again sticks to Gérard Janta's original design by putting it at 6 o'clock. We both enjoy, of course, the classic, what they now call petite tapisserie dial, where the texture is finer, more of that thumbprints kind of quality in terms of the dial when you zoom in, when you look through the loop, especially, but even when you get closer. I think if you can get it, that's the timeless version. That's the enthusiast version. That's the purest version. Absolutely, it's the one to get. But when it comes to the 41, I understand. It's a lot of times it's easier to get. It's cheaper. It's
Yeah.
for people.
7,000 francs, Swiss francs less than the jumbo. You're right.
Yeah, and for people who are perhaps into a more um, contemporary sizing in watches, it might even be preferable. Again, I don't necessarily subscribe to that school. For me, the 39 actually is the sweet spot. Again, even though I don't make decisions for other people unless they actually ask for my consultation, but I do believe that certain watches are created to be worn a certain way. But pushing that aside, this watch actually has several things on the Jumbo, in the sense, like, it's monetarily, it's a better deal. Some people can't do without a seconds hand. This has a sweep center seconds hand, which is great. Some people are irritated by the initial logo, especially at 6 o'clock. This one just has the Audemars Piguet script
Yeah.
at 12 o'clock. Professor, I think you like that a little bit.
I like the 41. The issue you mentioned is key. It's accessibility to the watch.
Mm.
The 41 is more accessible. The Jumbo is, you need to be partnering with God. God needs to be your cousin,
No,
to get
I
that
mean,
watch.
wait, we were, that's I don't want to get theological on you, but your friend wouldn't appreciate that whole partnership with God thing, I'm guessing, right?
No, he's, they all claim they're religious, but they do the opposite in their daily lives,
Okay.
He's religious to, yeah,
Again, we
to an
don't
extent, but
judge. We don't judge.
yeah, we do. Anyway, so look, the 39 I think is a beautiful watch, but very hard to get.
Yeah.
I will actually report back to you, Lord, and I'll tell you how it went, because I'll go to the boutique eventually and I'll have a go with them.
Yeah.
My friend left, and I will have a go and say, tell me, what do I need to do?
Well, honestly, I mean, I didn't have very positive experiences. I dealt with all different kinds of people in the last few years. I've talked to people in the Beverly Hills boutique at a point. I've talked to the people in the Paris boutique at a point. I talked to people at the South Coast Plaza boutique at a point.
Is it for the Jumbo again?
It's always the same runaround. It's like, they're not going to give you the Jumbo, and they don't even, it's really like pulling teeth to even convince them that you can actually get a Royal Oak for your first piece. Like, they're really trying their hardest to sell you Code 1159 against your wishes, right? I understand the nightmare scenario where someone would actually like that design. Again, I'm trying to keep my mind open.
Nightmare. Yes.
But I have, I mean, when you explicitly tell them, I just don't like that watch. I like the Royal Oak. I want the Jumbo. If you can't offer me that, I will take this and that from the Royal Oak range. And you have to spend an entire hour making your case. And at the end, you still don't get a call. At the end, they don't even, I've discovered a couple of times that they didn't even take the record, because they make you write things. They make you write things on paper, and then they throw them away. They tell you that, we will transfer this information and we'll call you back, and it's
it never happens. No, AP is despicable. AP is despicable. I mean, if there is anything I can say about that brand, is that they're full of shit.
I agree.
Not that the others are significantly better, but at least they take your details and then you never get the watch. But they do take your details. I would say, I told my friend that, listen, the thing is that his father recently died and used to wear that watch, the Jumbo, but they cannot find the watch, and they don't have the box, they don't have the serial number, they don't have anything.
Oh
So
my
he
God.
has an emotional thing attached. And I told him, go and say it to the AP people, not that significantly it will matter. But I said to him, why don't you look for a Vacheron? Very beautiful overseas
Right.
chronograph. I love the chronograph, the overseas, the Vacheron. I told him it's a beautiful piece. It's excellent. It's very well made. I think the chronograph Vacheron is significantly better than the AP chronograph, but who am I to say this? Um, right? So
I
I
don't
told him,
disagree.
forget.
I
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
disagree.
and you pay what? I told him for the jumbo you will pay 30,000 Swiss francs. For the Vacheron you will pay 40. You get a chronograph. It's a beautiful, aesthetically beautiful piece, more so than the AP. You will not go anywhere. I told him with the AP people. I mean, um, but anyway, we will try. I will report back. In fact, as I'm walking, I want to
Yeah.
see if the the AP, because now I'm just 1 minute away from the AP boutique. I
Oh,
want to see if
seriously?
there. Yeah, yeah.
Nice.
I just let me see. There is Frank Muller next to them, and they're still shut, but they're opening soon. AP shut completely, and I called them as well. Um, yeah, I called
Oh
them.
yeah.
No,
And it,
Frank Muller is opening. Yeah, these
and
guys
again,
are
I'm
not.
not,
They're shut.
I'm not going to give away your location, but it is at a time where it should be at least in the process of opening. It's not that
Yeah, yeah,
early.
no, because IWC is in front of them. Panerai, Rolex. They're the only. AP is the only one that hasn't opened, and we are. I'm in a district where everybody is Prada, LV, Bulgari,
Yeah,
Dior,
they're always
Chanel.
like that. Birds of a feather kind of thing.
And
They
of
have,
course, there is my Batek. There is Batek here also. And on the window, they have a 5811.
is it spelled with ta or ta?
It's Batek.
No, the T is it ta
Ah, ta or ta,
or ta? Okay,
ta,
good to
Patek,
know.
Batek.
So,
So they have a very nice. They have the Nautilus. Oh, okay. They have a Nautilus, and they have a 5811.
wow,
Very nice. They have
I
a world
mean,
timer.
obviously they won't sell that to someone who walks in, but they have it at least on display. The 5811, the new generation of Nautilus in white gold. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. It's right here. Right
nice.
here. Yeah. Oh, and the lady is looking at me, smiling. Hmm.
They
And they have
they
cufflinks.
I mean, I would, yeah, I would smile too if I had that kind of power. Teasing a watch person with a Nautilus.
Uh, 1 minute.
Oh, the professor is actually getting closer to the 5811G. That's an interesting scenario. I wish he could turn on the camera a little bit and show us around.
Uh, yeah.
Oh,
I can't because the lady is on the.
she is. Okay.
Yeah.
Can't you just discreetly, quickly show us the window case? No, just to see the
She's she's uh,
5811. No.
she's
Yes.
uh, she's she's fixing the she's fixing the place. She's gonna realize. She asked me to go inside and talk to her.
You should.
Yes, yes. Let me see.
She
Nice.
don't
Yeah.
don't screw this up, Professor. This
No,
might be as close as you get to a Nautilus
yeah, yeah.
for a
Okay.
while.
No, it's okay. I don't have a
I
problem.
know. I'm just joking. I'm kidding.
Yeah. But let me see. How do I turn the camera around to show you the other side? Yeah, spin it around. How do I go around?
Isn't there just a button that turns the lens that changes the?
No. Mm.
Oh wow, this is Aussie. You're right on point. Aussie expat says Professor Gonzo stream. What a treat! Only here, guys.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, it's very nice. Very nice.
But yeah, at least we can see the professor shaved in the morning. He is ready to brave the cold as well, wearing a nice lime green scarf. Very stylish, very sporty. But unfortunately,
I'll come. You know, the thing is, I have to run to a place to. I have an appointment in
okay.
10 minutes. And if I go inside, or she's there on the exhibition thing, and if I
What do you
show,
mean? What
she's
is she exhibiting? Tell me more.
she's changing the rings and all that, the Patek rings and all of that.
You know, I mean, honestly, I kind of love um, the whole lifestyle product that they're building. I mean, it was always around, right? In a way, when you look back into the history of the brand, you have these beautiful elliptical lighters, you know, with enamel inlays that were introduced and sold with the ellipse.
Yeah,
It's not
yeah,
something new, but it always fascinates me when, you know, Breguet has these engine turned pens, cufflinks. Same thing with Patek. Same thing with FP Journe, by the way, right? You know, they also have their own cufflinks and fountain pens and whatever else. They love building this entire world of little gifts and trinkets. And it's hard to call them trinkets because they cost also quite a bit themselves. It's very interesting. Yeah, would
yeah.
have been
She was fixing the window. I can do it. I can do it tomorrow if you want. I'll come in the morning, and this will be on display. I've been seeing it now for maybe 4 weeks.
tomorrow is a little difficult because I don't have a live stream tomorrow on Wednesday, my Wednesday night, which would be a Thursday morning for you. I don't
Yeah.
actually have a live stream, but no, thank you for trying. You know, as Oz said, this is not something that we see every day. The fact that you gave it a shot
No, I'll
is
take a picture. What on my
appreciated.
way back, I'll take a picture, and then you can show it
Okay, that's
on
good.
your. Oh yeah, you'll see it. They'll have it there for a while. I said to her, I did the I sign language, and I said I want that, and she said, and she showed me exhibition only,
Ah,
exhibition only, and I said, okay, I'll come by later. I showed her,
honestly, you know, Professor, you're lucky. I mean, in our part of the world, people could have made other kinds of signs if you ask that kind of question. Speaking of sign language, you know that she could have been more expressive. She was nice about it.
oh, okay. Well, they're just normal people. They'll never sell you the watch, but at least you'll get a nice normal answer. Not for you.
That's that's as good as anything. I mean, I actually appreciate that kind of honesty. I remember now he just sells Patek on the secondary market because he realized, I mean, there was a Patek authorized dealer here in somewhere in West LA. I don't want to publicize him too much for better or worse. But I remember walking into his store in 2016 and just I kind of like the Aquanaut, so I asked, like, if it would be possible to get one from him, and he told me right away. This is the first thing he said. Look, I mean, I've been here for decades. I have so many loyal customers, long-standing clients. Why would I give one of these sports pieces to someone like you who just walked in? And I found that extremely refreshing. I actually said, thank you. At least you are not giving me the runaround. You just told me exactly what you thought, what you wanted to do. And I find that refreshing. So we kind of bonded over that, not to the extent that then I became his customer or something. But, I actually like that sort of approach, for someone to say, hey, I'll never sell that watch to you. So,
Yeah, they had the Aquanaut chronograph 4 weeks ago, and I saw it for a few days, and then it disappeared. It literally disappeared. It was also exhibition only, and that was going to be my case with her. I was going to say, oh, but you had this. So it's not exhibition only. You do sell the watches, but I'm not your preferred customer.
But that's Professor, once again, at least at the corporate level too, at the company level, Patek is a little more transparent about that praxis, right? Rolex, at least up until recently, they were giving people this whole shtick about, like, oh, a lot of these pieces are dummy pieces. They don't even work. And, they had all these lies about the exhibition-only models, whereas Patek is transparent. I mean, Thierry Stern is on record saying that these are pieces designated, allocated for certain kinds of customers, but we make them wait sometimes just a month or so more so we can have them for display as exhibition only.
Right.
So it's exhibition only for you, but it's already allocated to a preferred customer. And Patek at least is honest and transparent enough to say that at the level of their president. So there's no mistake about it. They're only in the sense that they're giving the wider customer base a chance to see the watches, look around, maybe put on the wrist a little bit, but it's already sold to someone else.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree.
Ozzy has...
We have become servants of their whims.
Obviously. Aussie Expat has a little bit, a few gems there. He says, my lust for platinum isn't sated.
What is he saying, Ozzy?
He says, my lust for platinum isn't sated. So he still wants his platinum Daytona. That's what he's saying in so many words. 126506. Wanted in...
Okay, he will wait.
Las Vegas, Nevada.
He will have to wait. He will wait for that platinum.
Will he get it before his 50th, Professor?
He's now 40, right? 41?
Yes.
Yeah, before he's 50. Yes, he will. Yeah. For sure. But I'm not sure if he will want it. He would have moved on in life on other projects, other things, other responsibilities and preoccupations, and buying a...
he seems to have resigned himself to that fate. He was saying Marky Mark, meaning Mark Wahlberg already got his Daytona. So I think he's giving up on it, slowly but surely.
No, the Wahlberg will get anything he wants, and DJ Khaled and BBD and CBG and all these guys. It's a marketing thing.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And he was saying, Professor Gonzo Stream, for your early appearance on the streets. What a treat. And Ozzy was saying, I also appreciate the honesty, but it really burns. It really burns some people. Some people just can't take it. The entitlement is really strong.
Burn. Burn.
I'm special like everyone else. Yeah, I love that. I love that statement. So, Professor, you said you have an important meeting.
Yes, I have to go to a bank, and these banks in the country I'm in is bullshit banks. They're not banks; they're like bureaucracies.
Well, I'm
Here
not
you can
a
have a lot of
Filipino,
cheese pies. This is a beautiful cheese pie place. You can have your cheese pie here. I can do a whole live stream
but
of where
Professor,
I am,
but
which I'm
from
sure people will realize where I'm at, in which country I'm at
of
right
course,
now.
because we have seen the street signs in
Yes,
that
yes,
special alphabet. So we
yes,
know where you
special,
are now.
special, yes, yes. No, I did it with pleasure, and oh, here I am at the bank at this great establishment. Shit.
Well, Professor, it's actually, it's a good point to end it. It's 12:30 here, and it's been almost 4 hours. I really appreciate that you jumped on to celebrate with me the 2,000 subscribers. Earlier, Ali Reza was here, St. Peter was here. Of course, all the lovely people in the chat were here. My new friend, the Colonel, was here as well. Ali Reza gave a lot of gift memberships and also a very generous super chats. Robert Woods, Basil's Bezels, Ronnie Paul, Sam Arks Vibe, Brody, El Libro Grande, and Madman, who is also a member of the channel. Ali gave literally 40 free memberships in addition to this very generous super chat. So thank you everyone for being here, for staying with me, staying with us. Subscribe if you haven't. I'm here with Watch Content practically every day, and it's all content built with knowledge of and passion for wristwatches. Once every so often, we have also special guests who sometimes just randomly jump on the panel. A lot of times come for interviews on focused subjects. There's already quite a bit of an archive for that. You'll find them under the designed or designated rather playlists or dispersed around the live section. Increasingly, I'm posting more and more videos that are around 15 to 20, 25 minutes. You'll find a lot of interesting content. There's more of that exclusive to the members, so that's a great way of supporting the channel. If you're looking for other ways, since I have no other sponsors, since I work for you and at your behest, if you want to if you want to see about other ways of supporting the channel, there are links in the description box as well. But as I always say, the best kind of support that you can give to a growing channel that has just crossed the threshold of 2,000 subscribers is to spread the word, is to share the link with other enthusiasts and collectors. Watch the videos, leave some comments below, hit the like button, spread the word and help me expand this community a little bit more. I'm already grateful for your help, for your support and presence, helping me reach 2,000 subscribers before I hit the 2nd anniversary. I really feel very good about this. Again, maybe I got a little greedy, little hungry, in the sense that I got ahead of myself. I thought I would reach the 2,000 even easier. It wasn't easy, but I've earned it, so I'm proud of it. And thank you for all your nice words. Again, to close it off, my Captain Kirk, good night, congratulations. Your hard work deserves it. And my friend Ozzy, and you should most certainly check out his channel as well, Aussie Expat Watches, at Aussie Expats Watches. Please subscribe to his channel. 2, I dropped the link in the chat. But I'm gone for the night. Again, stay safe, stay healthy. As always, wear and enjoy your watches. I'll see you in the next one. Take care.